Thank you very much. I'd like to call the meeting to order and acknowledge that we are in Treaty 1 territory, the home and traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Ojibwe, Inuit, Cree, and Dakota peoples, and in the national homeland of the Red River Métis. Our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 40 First Nation in Treaty 3 territory. I'd like to introduce the panel. Myself today will be chairing. My name is Mike Truglio, and the panel members are Michelle Duncan and Ian Mahone. Representing the department this morning will be Svetlana Schnabel, and Fran Picot is the administrative personnel with us today. To the Zoom participants of the hearing, please note that you are placed in the waiting room until your property is called upon. When it is your turn, you will be admitted into the meeting. Kindly follow along on the City of Winnipeg's Border Revision YouTube channel for the hearing process. Once the host admits you into the hearing, please close or mute your YouTube player. You will then be permitted to speak with respect to your property. Once your hearing has concluded, you can leave the meeting. We will be hearing applications for revision of the assessment roll in accordance with the Municipal Assessment Act. The matters for which revision is requested has been described in each application, and we will limit discussion to those matters. The statements that are made at this hearing are sworn testimony, and anyone speaking to the matters must be sworn in. Be advised that comparisons of assessments of properties are not considered evidence of market value by the Board of Revision. The Board of Revision is appointed annually by council and is independent of it and the city administration. It makes its decisions based on evidence provided at this hearing and issues a written order that will be mailed to all parties as soon as possible. Please note that the board's decisions with respect to an application may be appealed to the Municipal Assessment Board if the matter pertains to assessed value or classification, or to the Court of King's Bench if matters pertains to the application of exemptions from taxation. Should you wish to appeal, information on how to do so will be included in the board's order. With respect to the process, the hearing process, I will confirm the points of appeal with your property to be addressed with each applicant following the swearing in. We will then have the assessor's testimony followed by questions that the applicant may have, and then the applicant's testimony followed by questions. Each side will have an opportunity to summarize if they wish. Once all the evidence about the application has been brought forward, the applicant may leave. The process will repeat for each on the docket today. The session will close after all applications have been heard, and the board will deliberate in private and make its decisions. You will receive the board's decision by registered mail as soon as possible. As information, all public hearings are live streamed, recorded, and will be part of the public record. We will be hearing items 1 through 6 on our docket today. Ms. Picot, would you please affirm the assessor and the applicant's testimony?
Madam Assessor, please state your full name.
Svetlana Schnabel.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Mr. Applicant, please state your full name.
Trevor Smith.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
First order of business today is 1300 Region Avenue. Ms. Schnabel, would you please walk us through your presentation this morning?
File number 24-3897. Roll number 09007572-100. The property located at 1300 Region Avenue. The assessed 2025 assessed years is reference day April 1st, 2023. We did assess at 11,969,000. The subject property complete auto dealership built in 2022 with land size area of 213,450 square feet with planned area 14,913 square feet and gross and leasable area of 57,743 square feet. You can see that land plan area 5.22. On page number 2, we have a sale happened in 2012 for 4,609,000. Subject property located at northeast side of the city. More photo following on page number 3. Air photo and street view. On page number 4, more photo following. 4 through 5. The subject property located zoning C3 commercial corridor. This district intend primary for users that provide commercial goods and services to residents of the community and this in the area that are dependent on automobile access exposed to heavy automobile traffic, but not including regional shopping mall or regional shopping area. Those commercial uses are subject to frequent review by the public visitors of Winnipeg, and they should provide an attractive appearance with landscaping, sufficient parking, and controlled traffic movements. On page on following 3 pages, I provide rent comparables for retail. We can see we have 18 because subject property car dealership. If you open and according to municipal order attached to my brief, I have attached municipal order on page 26, order 8-04-179 regarding 19 units 19, 16, 39, 65 Portridge.
Sorry,
Yes,
Mr. Abel, what page are you at there?
On page 26,
26?
yes, on page 26, it's one order, and I also attached second order to support retail comparables, rent comparables for the subject property. On page 35, we have municipal border 8-02-223. If you open page 45.
Sorry, pardon me again for interrupting, but I don't have anything on page 26 other than a picture of comparable numbers.
It's 35, second order, 35.
Well, the first order I don't even have at page 26.
One
Is
second.
it prior to that?
It's page 26 on my brief.
So there.
I think change the page number at the bottom right corner of the brief. So if you scroll down a little bit, you'll see the page numbers.
Oh,
So it's 34.
so they don't match up with the, okay,
Yeah,
my apologies, I did not realize.
Everyone with me?
Okay, so I see the one that you're calling page 20, that's page 34 for me.
It's PDF
So-
file in my printing 26 page. It's okay.
Sorry, and you need to
Everyone.
speak up a bit more because I'm having a hard time hearing your comments. So please go ahead.
Okay. First order a municipal order 8-04179. It's what we follow in CAP, what we use for to support our retail rent comparables for car dealership. And I have another order on page 35 in my page. Municipal border 8-0223. This order has specific board funding on page 45. Could you look in that? Everyone with me?
It would be good for the future to have your page numbers match up with your submission to the board, Ms. Schnabel.
My page matching on my paperwork.
It just, because they're disjoint, your page numbers on your copies are shown in the bottom corner of your document. Whereas we are at page 49 and counting here in the actual electronic copy, so
So
makes it a
3
little
page
bit difficult
difference.
to follow along, so pardon me for suggesting that, but that is something.
In this
we
case,
looked
it will be page 48. You can see two red boxes.
at. And which page are you at now, Ms. Schnabel?
It's my 45, your 43.
Thank you.
Everyone there?
Yes, go ahead.
So we're looking in board funding. The board is satisfied the appropriate method to value the subject property improved by automobile dealership is an income approach. Also following, the board can consider it the characteristic of the various classification to determine its similarities, its difference to retail, such as retail chain, restaurants, supermarket, discount store, and department stores. The board accepts the argument the auto mall and the agglomeration of auto dealership located in the different sections of the city result in the auto mall having characteristics similar to regional retail with national rather than local tenants. The board is satisfied the subject is similar, though not identical to a larger national and international retail property located in or near regional shopping facility. So that's why on page, we're going back at the beginning on my brief. On page 6, I presented comparables for car dealership rent. It's retail shopping box, big boxes. If you see on this free page, I presented 80 comparables. They showed that total average $18.78. Weight average $18.40. In total media, $18.25. All these comparables separated by location. The subject property located on region. So it will be comparable from 1 to 13. Everyone with me? In this area, average $70.85 with weight average, all comparables together, $18.11. And media, $17.50. We're going on page following property market income. After my comparables, we see the with assess subject property of 57,743 leasable area at rent $13.10, much lower than my comparable showed. give us potential rent $756,433. We apply 2% vacancy loss to be consistent with all car dealership across the city. Expenses, not recoverable expenses, 3%. In shortfall, $6 per square foot. All these parameters similar to all car dealership across the city. Give us net operating income, $712,136. For subject property, model generate capitalization rate 5.95%. If you open following pages, capitalization rate table summary. Everyone find this page?
Sorry, what page are you at again?
Capitalization rate summary table.
Okay,
It's 2 pages further. The subject property, it's we presented city of Winnipeg, 2080 percentile. It shows that 60% of the properties inside this range. It's comparison with Scholar, CBRE, and Cushman Wakefield. We're looking for retail, regional retail, like subject property, 5.85 to 6.8. So our 5.95% inside 60% inside this percentile. So it's inside 60% of the property across the city. Give us estimated value of $11,969,000. On following pages, 1 page further, I presented property cost approach. By property cost approach, total value give us $21,192,000. You can see replacement cost new building, 60,000 over 16 million. After a small depreciation, total replacement cost 16.9 million, just replacement cost of the improvements. A land value 4.3 million. That give us 21.2 million total value cost. If you flip page, I presented 5 land sale comparables and subject property, its last columns. My comparables is, I was looking for land of over to, because subject property has 213,000 roughly land. So my first comparables, 130,000 land was sold in March 2023 at $27 per square foot. My second comparables on 88 Festival Drive, it's over 400,000 square feet, was selling December 2021 at $26.40. My third comparables around 85,000 square feet on Oak Point Highway was sold in April 2023 at $56.63. My fourth comparables on 1269 St. Anne Drive, it's around 87,000 square feet, was sold in April 2023 at $28.31. My fifth comparables, around 168,000 square feet, was sold in July 2022 at $13.45. So my mean or average comparables, $33.76. In my media, $28.31. On following page, the subject property, we can see first table, subject property detached structure details, and second table, land valuation. So we assessed a net area of 213,000 450 square feet at $20 per square foot. That gives us land value of 4,268,000. My last table, land evaluation summary, showed the total market value of subject property by cost approach, 21,192,000. On following page, I presented land comparables photos. My first comparables was sell like vacant land. First photo on bottom, what happened today, it's still vacant land. My second comparables, Festival Drive. It was sell top photo like vacant land today. Improvements started already on top of this land. On following page, Oak Point Highway. It was sell like vacant land right in the parking lot and still same use. It's still vacant, no improvements, just parking car. Following 2969 St. Anne Road was sale is like vacant land, and today it's still vacant land. And my comparables, my last comparables fifth was sold like vacant land and still vacant land. Next page, subject property direct comparison approach. If our estimate value of 11,969,000 divided by gross floor area give us assessed value per square foot, $207.28. I presented car dealer improved sale comparables, 8 of them. My first was 2537 Highway, was sold in 2017 at $313.74. My second comparables, 1770 Beverly, was sold in 2010 at $284.58. My third comparables, 1717 Beverly, units 400, was sold in 2009 at $277.15. My fourth comparables, same 1717 Beverly, units 100, sold in 2013 at $225.53. Following page showed that comparables number 5. It's 3665 Portridge, units 990, was sold in 2005 at $161.79. Comparable 6. 1486 Regent Avenue was sold in 2007 at $375. It's same on region like subject property. And recently sale number 7 on 1066 Nairn Avenue. Sale was in December 2022 at $201.47. In my 8 comparables close to the subject property, 810 Regent Avenue was sold in June 30th, 2022, $265,005. So very close comparable number 8, $265.05. If you look on previous page, our assessed value, $207.28. It's much lower what market evidence showed. On following page, photo of all my 8 improved sale comparables. You can see Pembina, Waverly, different units, 500, 400, 1,000 units. My sale, following page 3665 Portridge Avenue, units 90. 1486 Regent Avenue, if you can flip following pages. 1066 Nairn Avenue, my comparables 7. In my closest comparables, 810 Regent Avenue West. Final estimate of value that cost Direct comparison approach just showed how our estimation across the cell, across the city, across my 8 comparables, but we will be more concentrate of income approach, income approach, and cost approach. The two approaches of value used in the report indicate the following value for subject property. Income approach showed 11,969,000. Cost approach showed 21,192,000. The income approach was approach used by the city of Winnipeg Assessment and Taxation Department to value the subject property for the 2025 general assessment. The cost approach provides a frame of reference. In this case, indicate the income approach's value is reasonable. Same with direct comparison approach showed frame how we assess property across the existing cell. Therefore, the final estimate of value of the subject property 11,969,000. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you. Mr. Smith, questions?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So we have quite a number of auto dealerships here today. Many of the questions that I have, most of the questions that I have will pertain to all of the properties. Is it acceptable to the chair if I ask those questions once and we carry the answers forward? And if there's any particular clarification or anything that needs to be done, we can ask that at that time.
I think we can accommodate that, no problem today.
Okay, just trying to be efficient with our use of time, if that's
Thank you.
that's the
That would
so
be appreciated, of course.
Great. Thank you very much. So I do have some questions. I guess the first question, Ms. Scheibel, would be, I've seen and these are difficult questions to phrase. I have seen this work before. I just wanted to confirm the information and the detail in this document. This was not your direct work, is that correct?
Could you repeat question, please?
Sure. The information, as in the rental comps, the sale comps, etc. This is not your direct work, is that correct?
It's our team effort.
Okay, it was the team that put it together, yes, but by one of your colleagues?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And
one moment, direct sale comparables on Nairn and 810 Region Avenue, I added to previous sales.
okay, thank you. And then second question, and again, this pertains to all the properties, given workload at the assessment department. I'm assuming that you haven't had the opportunity to inspect any of these properties.
Mr. Chair, although I had not inspected it, the subject property, I am able to completely and accurately describe it based on the data we have on file.
So the answer that you're giving me is that, no, you did not inspect the property, correct?
Yes, but I can accurately and completely describe it based on data we have on file.
I understand, but the question is very simple.
I don't have time to
Thank you very
inspect each
much.
property during.
You know, I appreciate that. It's a common theme we hear from the assessors, so thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Moving on from that, the decisions that you had presented in the addenda materials. So the page numbering is going to be a bit of a challenge, but there were two separate municipal board decisions there. And I'll take them one by one. So your page beginning on your page 26, order number A04179. That particular appeal, the rental rates that were utilized in that particular decision were taken from automobile dealerships themselves, correct?
Correct. In this decision 2003, my second order decision 2000. It's very old order 2002.
Yes. I agree.
Because what we following up right now, it's coming upcoming test hearing in January. It give us new direction how to assess this type of properties.
Okay, I didn't catch that, but that's all right. I'll move on to the second the second appeal, A-02-223. This was from, well, a similar time frame. What's the date
It
on
was
this?
Waverly Street property.
Not seeing the date, but it's in the same 2002,
Mhm.
pardon me. On your numbered page 45, it indicates two things. So it indicates that the appropriate method is the income approach, and then it indicates that the methodology that they were looking at that time frame was to look at retail tenancies, correct?
Yes, regional retail.
Okay. And only retail, correct? At that time?
Correct. That's why
Okay.
our rent presented retail boxes.
Okay, at that time, yes. So as you'd indicated, these are both from 2003 and 2002,
Up
so.
now, before new decision was issued for us.
Or 2004 rather. And I think you may have mentioned it. As a preface, there are roughly 200 plus automobile dealership appeals that are sitting at the municipal board at this time, awaiting a test case, as there hasn't been an automobile dealership proceed through the municipal board since that 2004 timeframe. So we're essentially looking at when the hearing takes place in June next year. It will essentially be a reset, a new look at the proper methodology and property types to look at in determining fair market value. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right, so let's get into the brief. And again, I'll try and be concise with my questions and time here. Looking at your lease comparables, beginning on, I guess it would be page number 6. Pardon me. Each of these comparables is broken out into a specific area, I see. And each of those areas is a power center node and big box development. Is that correct?
Correct. It's a retail box.
So, and I'll just run through the areas quickly here. So the first set is being 1 to 13. This is the Regent and Lagimodiere Power Center node, including Kildonan Place.
It's no Lagimodiere. It's a Regent Avenue, like subject property.
Okay, but the actual location of the comparables that we're looking at is on that power center node surrounding Regent and Lagimodiere, correct?
It's 1520 Regent to 1610 Regent Avenue.
Okay.
It's far away from
The
Lajeune.
second set of comparables running from 14 to 26. These are all
Polo
immediately
Park.
either on or surrounding the Polo Park Regional Mall, correct?
Correct. In our case, because subject property located on region, we look comparables from 1 to 13. It showed average $17.85. And we assess $13.10. It's fair.
Okay, moving on. And again, I'm trying to only do this once. The third set of comparables, numbers 27 to 41. These vary somewhat. They're Grand Park Mall, as well as a couple on Pembina Highway. Is that correct? Around the
Correct.
interchange of Abinogi, Mikina and Pembina Highway?
Correct. But I would like to point from all 6 docket on our appeal today, all allocated on Regent Avenue. For our to value our time for all these 6 cases, it will be 1 to 13 best comparables because it's closest region, closest comparables to the subject property.
So
all
I'm
6 of them. And the media $17.50.
So I'm slightly confused, I guess. Are you saying that the model has only looked at the comparables 1 through 13?
A model looking from 1 to 80 because it just showed all retail across the city what we will use for car dealership assessment. For purpose of today's hearings, all my 6 comparable subject property located on Regent Avenue. So we will be more concentrate of 13 first comparables of this 80.
Okay, so you're using 1 to 13 for support, but the model has used all of the rents that
Model use not just this 80, all rent across the city.
right. Okay. So continuing on again quickly, numbers 42 to 60. These are the 2 locations. It's the IKEA Seasons of Tuxedo Power Center node and the Kenaston and McGilvery Power Center node, correct?
Correct. We can read Sterling, McGilvery, Kenaston. Yes, it's group of comparables. They showed average $21.51.
Okay. And then moving forward, 61 to 72, this is the Garden City Shopping Center itself, as well as the big box development surrounding it. Is that correct?
Yes, it's comparables on Layla and McPhillips and showed average $15.15.
Okay, and then the final set is the former Unicity Mall site anchored by Walmart, Canadian Tire, Sobeys. That's where all of these properties are located.
West Portridge, correct, and they showed average $17.78.
Okay. So I did go through each of the comparables and I have what each of the tenancies is noted down here. Just for efficiency, if you could confirm the vast majority, in fact, nearly all of the tenancies are National Covenant tenants. Is that correct?
Correct. Because
Okay.
according to municipal order, we have to use regional shopping mall boxes. It's our direction for today appeal assessment.
So just to confirm then the types of tenants that we would be looking at, and again, we can go through individually if there are questions regarding them, but the types of tenants we'd be looking at would be tenants such as Sobeys, Save On Foods, Shoppers Drug Mart, Rexall, Best Buy, Leon's, Old Navy, Michael's, Staples, Mark's Work Warehouse, Bed Bath and Beyond, Marshalls, Cineplex, Indigo, HomeSense, etc.
Yes, it will
Okay.
be a furniture, work warehouses, Foodness Life Fitness. Michael, Sport Check, it's Best Buy, yes. It's
I
a
think we
retail
get
big
the,
box.
I think we get the idea that they're major retail operations, various types of operations, all national.
Yes, it's according to order, what is our direction today.
You know, we got that part, let's move on for the sake of time.
Okay, so just again, looking at that, there are no auto dealers or auto use tenancies in that list, is that correct?
Correct. Only largest national, international retail property.
Okay, and then looking at the size of the comparable, so subject property is 57,743 square feet of leasable area. When I look at the average size, and I'm not going through each individual one here, but when I look at the average sizes per area, they're typically 17, 18, 19, 20,000 square feet as the average of the tenant size. Is that correct?
No, average size 25,000, but if you look on my comparables, number 10, it's 43,000. My comparables number 11, 35,000, and VSS 57,000. It's close.
Okay. I really didn't want to get into the individual things, but I will be very brief.
Thank you.
So you had referred to numbers 10 and 11. Number 10, 43,000 square feet. This is a Save On Foods grocery store. Is that correct?
Correct. And they
And
rent for
number 11
$23.50.
Is a Cineplex Odeon Theater. Is that correct?
Correct. Rent for $21 and VSS $13. It's
At
fair.
the Kildonan Place Shopping Center, correct?
Yes, it's on region.
Okay. All right, so I wasn't referring to simply 1 to 13. I was looking at the whole range, but typically the tenants that we're looking at here are considerably smaller than the subject. Is that correct?
It's slightly smaller because comparable number 10, 43,000. It's very close to the subject property.
Okay, moving on then to capitalization rate. On your page number. Well, it's numbered number 1 on my.
I see
Page one
point,
here,
my
I'm not sure
number
what that
moved
is.
somehow.
Page
Okay.
9 in the-
Page 9, I guess.
Page 9 in the electronic brief.
Okay, so page number 9,
In the
Okay.
electronic brief.
the capitalization rate is noted as 5.95%, correct?
Correct.
And when I skip forward to page number 11, I guess it would be, I think you had indicated that that is taken from the city of Winnipeg's retail capitalization rates. Is that
Correct. Retail regional 5.85 to 6.8.
so? It's taken from the regional section then.
Correct.
Okay, and the regional section refers to regional malls such as Polo Park, St. Tel Center, and Kildonan Place, correct? Garden City Shopping Center. Correct?
I know that we use comparables from regions. Correct.
Okay. The accepted methodology and the methodology that the city relies on and has relied on for valuing the automobile dealerships for a great number of cycles is the income approach, correct?
Correct, but it's complicated properties that I presented 3 approaches. cost approach and direct sale comparables showed frame how we assess property. It showed much higher that we assess property. It's low range of assessment for today assessment.
And so looking at the cost approach then, whatever page number that is, I'm not quite sure what it would be, Mr. Chair, but
13, I believe,
13, okay.
13 electronically. So that would be number 5 on maybe on the paper.
Okay, great. So again, this was not directly done by yourself, correct? It was done internally.
It's done for our program because our in cost approach and in-house computer system use Mark and Swift estimator. So by this estimator, subject improvements over close to 17 million and land 4.3 million.
I think the idea here is that we need to not focus too much on the cost because it's not used in the valuation here. So if we could limit our discussion on this, this would be
Absolutely.
well warranted.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Happy to do so. I'll point it out at the end. I'll skip past that. We can move forward from there then to the direct comparison. So there wasn't actually a direct comparison approach done, simply a presentation of sale transactions in the marketplace, correct?
Sale transaction and estimation, how we assess subject property. To compare, if you look on my subject property comparison approach first table, in 2025, we assess property at $207.28. And my recent sale on region showed $265.05. It shows that our assessment on low range already.
Okay, so getting back to my questions there, looking at the sale comparables, I just recently had a board of revision hearing on another set of automobile dealerships with one of your colleagues who is handling the test case at the municipal board, and the two of the comparables he did not present, those being 2537 Pembina Highway and 1486 Regent Avenue West, as they're acknowledged to be not sales that can be relied upon for determining market value. You're aware of that background?
I more concentrate on my comparable number 8 on Regent Avenue, close to the subject property, and they just recent sale, more important. To 7 comparable 8 recent sale at 200 and 265 per square foot.
Okay, so and I don't want to be argumentative, Mr. Chair. I just want to clear this up once and kind of move forward. Do we need to place a lot of, I don't know that I can even ask that. Is it worth spending a lot of much time on the direct comparison?
It's worth much time because of the fact, at the end of the day, there really is only one approach that we are using for the valuation of this property or this property type. Therefore, this is some interest, but it's not going to sway too hard one way or another. And I appreciate that the assessor gone to the trouble of and putting additional information in front of us. But it really, at the end of the day, means that we still need to look at the income approach, and we need to focus on that primarily. So please.
Fair enough. Absolutely. So is the assessor aware that most of the transactions, at least all with there may I won't say there's an exception, as I wasn't able to get the information on it, but the transactions that we're looking at here are not, have been investigated by myself, by many other appellants, questions asked directly of the parties involved. And in each case, the sale price indicated is not strictly a real estate transaction, just simply bricks, mortar, and land, that there are business components that are reflected in the values that are contained in these sales presented by the city.
And plus this cell very old, that more I concentrate on recent cell 7 and 8.
Okay, so the city is aware that these contain elements of goodwill, equipment, stock, franchise, etc.
That's why I just to support our income approach and I
Okay.
estimate assessed value. I don't rely, it just support reasonable assessment.
So looking strictly at your number 8, then the 810 Regent Avenue, is the city aware that this was an internal transfer and a non-arm's length transaction?
It was sale happened in 2022.
Okay. My final question, just very quickly, obviously the last page of your brief there, number 25 for me. I'm not sure what the page is for the electronic version. Noting the income approach and the cost approach. The cost approach is roughly 60+% higher. This isn't a reasonable framing of market value, is it, when we have such divergent values?
This estimation, final estimate of value between 12 million and 21 million showed frame how this property range of value. Our assessment at low range in 12 million.
Okay, those are all of my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Ms. Duncan, do you have any questions for the assessor at this time?
No, I do not. Thank you.
Mr. Mahone, questions?
I do, thank you. I'm going to turn to, well, I'm going to call it page 9 on the electronic brief. Ms. Schabel, you have it numbered, I think, as one of your page 1s. It's the subject, it's headed Subject Property Market Income Stream 1 VCD Vehicle Dealership. Do you have that page?
Mhm.
You have that page?
Yes,
Okay. Now, this building was constructed in 2022 and was purpose-built. Is that correct?
correct.
Okay. I see that in your income valuation, you have a potential rent of $756,433. The next heading is a vacancy loss of 2%. Is that a modeled vacancy loss, or is that something that has been calculated?
It's according to when we statistical analyze all sale, all property across the city, we estimate that for car dealership, for garage, it's like owner occupy 2% vacancy loss across the city. It's our statistical data showed by analyzing own information provided to us by owners, because it's mandatory provide information to us. Same statistical crunch number showed that not recoverable expenses only 3%. In shortfall for this type of property for vacant space.
Ms. Schabel, let me interrupt you for just a moment. You're going on about a question that's very simple. Was the information for the vacancy model driven? It's a yes or no question.
It's model driven by analyzing all information provided
I
to us.
believe, I understand that. We understand that. We don't need to have the long version of the answer, please. Just a simple yes or no is sufficient. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Mahone, go on.
No, that's fine. My next question relates to the capitalization rate that you have indicated as 5.95%. That as well is model driven?
Correct. It's
Okay.
brand new properties. It's not involved too much I would say. It's low capitalization rate, smaller, because normal 5.85 to 6.8, because it's brand new building.
And that is something that the model takes into account, or is that something
Yes,
that you have?
correct. Age of building, yes.
Okay, thank you. I don't have anything further.
Thank you very much, Mr. Malone. And I don't have any questions. Thank you very much. Mr. Smith, would you like to walk us through your presentation this morning?
I would certainly. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, we have common property type here. All of the first property obviously will take longer, but my comments are intended to carry forward for all of the properties, if that's
We
all
will
right, Mr.
do
Chair.
our best to make that happen.
Okay,
Thank you.
great. Thank you. So looking at I guess the situation that we find ourselves in with automobile dealerships. We have two appeals that have gone forward through the municipal board over 20 years ago. One was decided based upon automobile dealership rents from that time frame, which were either market rents potentially or book rents that were put forward at that time. The second decision was based on using retail rental rates entirely for the entire property. Both of those were using the income approach and both rejected both the cost approach and the direct comparison approach. So we're truly looking at the income approach being the appropriate model for evaluation of this type of property. Now, having looked at those two decisions, again, they're 20 years ago. We have, as I mentioned, over 200 plus municipal board appeals awaiting scheduling to follow the test case that I myself am conducting along with some consultants in June of next year. It's been scheduled for early June of next year. What this means essentially is that we're taking a fresh look at the appropriate methodology within the income approach as to how these properties are valued. So we're not looking directly at automobile dealership rents, as in today's market, there truly aren't any, with very few exceptions, one or two on a small scale. And straight retail, again, is not necessarily the methodology that will be decided at that board. These were decided, again, over 20 plus years. Fresh look is happening. So what we're looking at is how are these properties to be best valued? So in looking at the automobile dealership, as I had mentioned, and I think the city has as well, there are vanishingly few actual arm's length rental rates that are out there in the marketplace for automobile dealerships for us to rely upon. So we can't strictly rely upon auto dealership rents. We need to look at structure and the type of property it is and decide the best methodology. So when we look at an automobile dealership from a structure point of view and from a use point of view, we essentially have two components to that property. We have the front section of the building, which is your retail showroom slash office slash service area. Essentially, this is where you have the showroom for the cars. You have the coffee area for clients. You have the financing offices at the rear of the showroom. You have supportive office for the business itself. In many cases, there's a mezzanine area with office space. That's the front of the building. And then typically there's a wall at the rear of that separating it from the back of the building. The back of the building is automobile service, automobile collision, in some cases, automobile repair. So there's a clear divide between front and back of property. And both the use and the design of those properties and the build of those properties. So looking at proper methodology to value this, well, how do you value that? Is it one thing or is it multiple things? Well, really, in reality, it's not simply one use, it's multiple uses. You have the front section, as I've referred to, and the rear section that is your auto service. So you need to look at the market for appropriate rental rates that reflect that, because you don't have one retail tenancy such as Sobeys or Canadian Tire or any of the other national tenancies that I have referred to from the city's brief taking up the entire space, nor is the building designed for such. You have, again, the retail furnishings and build out an office in the front section of the building strictly, and then you have obviously the bare bones auto service at the back, which is typically concrete floor, more of an industrial build for the service area. Not industrial, but designed similar as such, with your overhead doors, your drainage, your air handling, things like that. Different type of heating, obviously, very different structures. So that is what we're looking at as the appropriate methodology in order to value these properties. What I will point out here in the beginning, and this is a critical component for this, not a critical component for this particular property, as we're very close in rental rate for this one single particular property. But in valuing this classification overall, is that big box retail in power center nodes and big box developments on its own is not appropriate for valuing automobile dealerships. And I'll explain why. There's quite a number of reasons for it. The very first thing I'll point out is that you don't find any automobile dealerships or automobile repair or service uses in these facilities. Why? Because they would never pay the rents that are required to be on those particular sites in order to be in that location. The rent is simply beyond what they would be willing to pay in the marketplace. Second point, the owners, developers of these locations have no interest in having a tenant such as an automobile dealership or an automobile service related things such as this on their big box retail site. They wouldn't take them. Beyond that, let's look at why, and I'm again only going to do this once, Mr. Chair, and I'm cognizant of time, but why do big box centers get developed? Well, they get developed so that you have an agglomeration of anchor tenancies that will draw in the masses of tenants with the associated littler box retailers that then are developed on site that want to be there to draw in the mass quantities of consumers, rather, that will drive their business and drive the most business that they can. That is why they want to locate there, and they're willing to pay the higher rent that the developers are able to charge by building these big box developments in such a manner to bring all of these large national tenancies into one location to drive everybody to do all of their shopping in that location. You go there, you can go to your grocery store, your liquor commission, drug mart, et cetera, all down the line. They're all in one place. They're all willing to pay more rent to be in that one particular location. Now, 2 points. Would those tenants then be willing to pay the same rent to go off-site down the road to a non-big box, non-power center node and pay the same rent? No, they wouldn't. Would they go there in the first place? Very unlikely. Would the structure that the automobile dealership is accommodate their needs? No, it wouldn't. You have again, an auto service center at the back and a front of house retail / office. They don't mix. Now, is so that's essentially the reason that the rents presented by the city that are all contained in these power center node, big box nodes are not appropriate for valuing the property. So what I have done in my methodology is look at where these automobile dealerships are located and look at appropriate retail comparables that are in closer proximity or similar type of locations, not in the big box node, but maybe down the street from it, somewhat adjacent or immediately close to auto dealerships, kind of peripheral in the city, your end of Portage Avenue, your end of Pembina Highway. That's typically where we find the auto dealerships as well. The other component obviously being the automobile service. So that is how we've broken out the methodology with regard to the income approach. So I will dive right in here and we can look at, obviously we're looking at 1300 Regent Avenue West. This is the Birchwood Ford facility on Regent, built in 2022. So it's relatively new, obviously, sitting on 4.9 acres. And we have a total of 57,743 square feet of leasable area, over 16,000 of mezz there. Our land to plan area ratio, I will point out, is on the low side for automobile dealerships at 5.22 to 1. Typically, auto dealers are looking for a ratio of 8 to 1 or higher so that they have space for displaying cars for sale, place for storage for cars for service, place for their clients to come in and park, etc. They need the land in order to display these vehicles. This is somewhat small for that purpose. My page number 3 gives you additional background. You can see the 2023 Board of Revision decision as shown there. I've included it in the addenda when we get to that. And we can skip through the photos here beginning on page 4. It's a new dealership. I won't linger over these, but you can see the build out as shown, describing what I've described to you as far as front and back of house. So the site is shown on page number 9 and the location on my page number 10. So this is informative. If you look at my page number 10 and the red dot, which indicates where 1300 Regent is, that's where all of our dealerships are today. They're all in that particular stretch of Regent. If you look at the city's comparables from the immediate area, they are centered around the pardon me, Lagimodier and Regent intersection, located on the west side of that map, where the Best Buy, Walmart, Staples, Kildonan, or rather Canadian Tire are, Kildonan Place, and then some on the northwest corner there, I believe. So very different locations. This is the agglomeration of big box tenants that will pay the increased rental rates in order to be located all in one location. So that is the background. Quickly looking at the automotive industry, we've had, I would say we're looking at an industry that is in flux. We are looking at a different shopping environment where consumers go online initially to look at potential options to purchase. They decide what type of vehicle they want to see, down to the model. Then they go and look at it at the site itself. They've already essentially made their decision when they're going there. So there's less of a need for bricks and mortar real estate, less of a need for as great a number of franchises in the marketplace. And indeed, what we're seeing is less dealerships in the marketplace, and consolidation and essentially distribution centers where the size of the properties grows. There's some commentary with regard to Amazon looking at entering the North American market. This obviously has a depressive effect on margins, and obviously would change the industry dramatically as well. The COVID-19 period of time, which is in the period of time leading up to our valuation date, there was a dramatic drop off in business initially at the auto dealerships, lots of layoffs, etc. And more significantly, in the end, as we do move on to 2023 as our valuation date, significant disruption in the manufacture and supply of vehicles and components. Significant supply chain issues led to a lack of availability of vehicles for purchase in that time frame and going forward. Okay, again, skipping forward to my page number 7, and this again relates directly to the valuation of automobile dealerships themselves and their particular nature. So I'm referring here to their classification essentially as special use facilities. So at the top of the page, if you look at my text there, there's an article from the Appraisal Journal in titled The Peculiarities of Appraising Auto Dealership Facilities. States auto dealership facilities are considered special use or special purpose properties, which means that they cannot typically be assigned other uses. Auto dealership facilities are typically constructed for a specific use and not readily adaptable to alternative uses. I will leave it at that, essentially telling you that they're auto dealerships, they're not going to become big box stores, essentially, is the end result. There's kind of a typical life cycle or stages for an auto dealership. You have the first stage being a branded auto dealership. So your Hondas or Mazdas or what Ford, what have you, where they're a first line auto dealership. And when they become obsolete for that purpose, they essentially they move down the scale to the second tier, which becomes typically a used auto dealership if they're reused. They aren't always reused. And typically when the used auto dealership has run its course and there isn't any demand for that property anymore as a dealership. So again, obsolescence. We're looking at a property that's simply land value. So they descend to the third layer, or rather the third phase, where they're essentially a development site. So they get put on the market and eventually transact for land and are demolished and put to another use. I'll run through this quickly. This is informative in looking at, again, demand for this type of property, use for these properties, and vacancy as it counts. Quickly, number 1 on page 12, 3021 Pembina Highway, former Winnipeg Honda property. Winnipeg Honda moved to Winnipeg, or to Waverly Auto Mall rather. I forget when, roughly 2009 or 10 or somewhere in that neighborhood. The property was on the market for sale or lease. They could do neither. The property sat there for roughly a decade. Ultimately was sold for land and has been redeveloped into multifamily. So that was the history of that one. 1310 Regent. Number 2, originally a branded Ford dealerships, became used autos, and now they have demolished it. And as The owners own the contiguous land around it. They have put up a larger building for auto use. Number 3, McNaught Pontiac Buick dealership on Portage Avenue, moved to the Auto Mall in 2003, became a used auto dealership in 2012 after sitting vacant, I believe, for a while there, and was for sale as a development site from 2011 onwards. Property has recently been demolished and is being redeveloped. So you can see a considerable lapse in time there in occupation and use. 2537 Pembina Highway, Frontier Subaru. This was Jim Pattison Group entering the market. They essentially were forced into a situation where they, in order to get a franchise, which you can't officially buy, but you gain through leasing, through essentially buying the real estate and business as a package. And the Pattison Group leased at a well over market rate and purchased at a well over market purchase price as acknowledged by all parties, and moved at the earliest opportunity to Waverly, and the site became vacant and has been redeveloped into a multifamily since that time frame after being sold. Number 5, 203965 Portage Avenue, Saturn dealership. Saturn obviously went bankrupt, and the property itself was obsolete. They have since used it as a used auto dealership, a truck center, and a financing center. So again, descended down the rungs. Less demand, less lease rate, obviously, in the open market. Finally, 3081 Portage Avenue was a branded dealership years ago, devolved into a string of used auto dealerships with significant extended vacant periods of time. So what we're looking at here, 2 things. Retail is not going to locate in these places as in my initial paragraph, and then the use of these properties is very clearly automotive only. There's no adaptive reuse of them, and they typically sit for very extended periods of time when when they become obsolete, essentially. Page 13. This is a typical example of one of the city's rental comparables. We're looking at Michael's on St. James Street across from Bullock Park. And if you look at the structure itself, don't know that I addressed this, you're looking at roughly 80, 85, 90% of the building essentially being selling floor that they're transacting business on. And then a bit of storage and loading at the back of the property. That's significantly different than the automobile dealerships themselves. Okay, that's the background. We'll only do that once. We can move forward into the income approach. As I said, we're looking at these properties from perspective of there being 2 different portions of them: the automotive repair and service, and the showroom / retail / office component. The first property, or rather the first category that we deal with in our valuation is on page number 15 and on to 16. This is the automotive service area. Now, our subject property is 57,000 square feet in size, 40,000 square feet of main floor area. You're not going to find an automotive service center of that size independently, typically in the marketplace. Exceptionally few, if any, of that are like that. So there is an element of looking at the comparables and making appropriate adjustments in order to determine what a fair market rent would be. But we do need to look at that market, what's out there, and what appropriate rents would be. So looking at the chart, our overall range is a low of $7 up to a high of $13 per square foot, with the typical typical property falling into the $7.50 a square foot to roughly $11.50 per square foot rental rate range. Now, looking at these comparables, I'll draw your attention to a couple, I guess, to start with. And again, for the most part, these are on main thoroughfares. Now, look, the first comparable, 120 King Edward, to the west of Polo Park on Route 90. This is a Boyd Auto location, a little over 15,000 square feet, so quite significant in size. We have a 2018 lease for 5 years at a rate of $8.50 a square foot. So not necessarily as ideally located as being on a Portage Avenue or a Regent, Pembina Highway, etc. But very significant size, so you might see a slight uptick from that in the rental rate. Moving down, we have a couple in very close proximity to the subject property, 1384 Regent, numbers 2 through 4. 2018 and 19 leases, obviously significantly smaller, but national tenancies here. And we have rates of $7.94, $12, and $8.10 per square foot. This is very close proximity to the subject property, but obviously on the small side. So typically your smaller locations would have smaller areas would drive a higher rent, but there is slightly different use there. So obviously you need to take that into perspective. Moving down, obviously there's a range of properties. I will point out the high end and the reasoning for it. So number 7, 123 Fort. This is a Fountain Tire, just under 9,000 square feet. This is located right in the heart of downtown. It's a half block north of Broadway on Fort Street. The convenience of this location drives the rental rate that they achieve there at $13. You have a captive audience of all of those people that work downtown that want to drop their car off, walk the 2 blocks to work, and then pick it up later on in the day without any significant interruption. So the convenience factor is significant, and it's on downtown real estate, $13 a square foot. That's the reason for that. There's obviously a range here of values, but again, for the most part, we're looking at that $7.50 to $11.50 per square foot rental rate range. I will point out one more property, perhaps two. Number 9, 231 Oak Point Highway. Now, this was originally motorcycle dealership. Harley Davidson dealership was developed for them. And since they've since left, and it has become a used auto dealership. So 14,500 square feet, built in 1990, 2017 lease at $7 per square foot. Now, a little more peripheral, not as main a thoroughfare, but still significant traffic out there. That would be very much on the low side, I would suggest. And the rate would come up from that, but it is a good indicator of an actual arm's length lease out in the marketplace. The other one I'll point to is my last one in the chart there, number 20, 1322 Waverly. This is an interesting circumstance. The owner of the property has leased, did lease the space, it's arm's length. To the Not Auto Corporation. We're probably all familiar with them. They're typically high-end high-end vehicles off of lease as a used auto dealership. That's their type of model with some service as well. They are 27,603 square feet, 2018 lease at $6.85 a square foot for a period of 5 years, so taking us through the valuation date. Ideally located, I would suggest, at the corner of McGilvery and Waverly on the southeast corner, very high visibility. The thing to note with regard to this particular transaction is that the rental rate is on the lower end, as the tenant did have to do the build out of their space themselves. So they did have to invest into the space. So the 685 is certainly on the low end, and that value would come up, but there is that is a direct comp out in the market. So that's your automotive portion. Let's skip forward to the retail, call it retail / office portion. So again, I'll frame this quickly. The comps that we're presenting to you here, again, are retail comps. Typically, they're of a very significant size. In many cases, they are some national tenants, not necessarily the same national tenants, but national tenancies, but they're not on big box sites. They're not in power center nodes that will drive those higher rents. They're either in adjacent sections, they're in adjacent to power center nodes, as in down the street, where they're not truly anchored by those, where they would pay a different and lower rent in order to locate in those locations. That's typically what we're looking at. Many of them are in proximity to automobile dealerships, so they have use in that way as well. So let's look at these properties here. We have a total of 24 that we're looking at. I'll try and be efficient. We are looking at a range from a low end of $7.88 a square foot, which obviously we're not putting a lot of weight on, to a high end of, I believe it's $14.25 a square foot, or $15.54 rather, for a Dollarama on Pembina. Now, we're again looking at the front section of the building here. Now, let's look at these quickly. I have given you some, I've taken some of these properties and given you photos and maps to indicate where these are as particularly good comparables. So I'll indicate those as we go along. The first one is the first one, 1520 Regent Avenue West. This is 26,000+ square feet, 10-year term, leased in 2021 for $14 per square foot. Now, this is a Leon's national tenancy. And if you look at my page number 18, it gives you the location of it. So not in the power center node, which is located to the west, but still in a retail development adjacent to that site. So they're willing to pay $14 on a go-forward basis there from 2021. Second property I'll point to, actually three of them. My numbers 3, 4, and 5, beginning with 1540 Regent Avenue West. This is a Staples. 23,000+ square feet, 2020 lease for 5 years, $10.25 a square foot. That's shown on my page number 19. Again, it is in that virtually the same area as the Leon's, beyond essentially the power center node, or on the very periphery of it. It's kind of the very, very tail end of that site. I believe there's a forget what the property beside it is, but you're heading towards Rougeau there. So 1025 for that property. Number 4, 1487 Regent Avenue, just under 40,000 square feet, built in 2005. Tenant is the Brick, and we have a very long-term lease, 26+ years, 1998. with a rental rate as of the valuation date of $13.55 per square foot. Now, that is shown on my page number 20. Now, you look at that map. You are beyond the train tracks there on Regent, and you're getting into where the actual automobile dealerships are located, just to the south of that and just to the east of that. The next one that I will point out is the comparable number 6, 3332 Portage Avenue, 20,000+ square feet. National tenancy, Giant Tire, 2019 lease for 5 years with at $11 per square foot with some steps. So that will go up slightly from there. But you can see what they're willing to pay for that amount of space in that location. So again, that location, you are adjacent essentially to the automobile dealerships that are located just to the west of that particular location. So they are, in that case, paying $11+ per square foot. Also close by there, 3660 Portage Avenue, McMahon and Yates, 53,000+ square feet. 2018 lease for 3 years at $772 per square foot, similar in size, location to the subject, similar type of location. Numbers 10 and 11, 2860 Pembina Highway. This is a redevelopment of the Fort Richmond Shopping Center where they demalled it and they put in 2 large tenants, that being PV Mart and Dollarama, in 2018 and 2020. 32, well, almost 33,000 square feet and 15,000+ square feet. $10.50 a square foot for the PV Mart and $15.54 for the Dollarama space. Now, that is shown on my page number 22. So if you look at the location and think of where dealerships are located, they're located at the typically Ridge, McPhillips, Regent. This is a very similar type of location, and in the past did have dealerships in that area. Then finally, I'll point out the last 2 I'll point out are numbers 22 and 23, 1290 Kenaston. Now, 1290 Kenaston was a former industrial building that was deliberately redeveloped into retail space. So it's been fully redeveloped. It's not an industrial building anymore of any kind. Not really has no components of that, and all of the tenancies are retail. Now, the interesting thing about this, that was done in 2016 for 10-year leases, and we have $12 and $12.50 per square foot as the initial rental rates. Those do have steps, so that has gone up somewhat since that time, but I don't have that information available to me, but it is above the 12 and 12.50. And you're looking at now local tenancies, essentially 10,000 and 15,000 square feet. The interesting thing about this is you look at page 23 and the location of it. So the red dot indicates where it is. Immediately to the north of this, there are 2 brand new Birchwood automotive dealerships that have been developed. And immediately to the south of it, there is the Mercedes dealership that has been developed. So it is exactly where brand new dealerships have been developed, and we're looking at retail rates of $12.50 plus the bump from their steps. So that's the rental rate environment that we're looking at. So you have the front of the building, which typically ranges, you have your mezzanine and your main floor area. Typically, it's certainly in the, call it 30 to 50% at the very most range, with the back end of the building being the balance of the space. So depends on the building as to how it's been constructed and the amount of square feet, but typically you're in that 40% front, 60% rear type of range. So we're not applying one rate to the front and one rate to the back. We're applying a blended rate to the building. And that rate is at the top end of the range that we're seeing at $13 per square foot. And that accommodates, again, both the automotive and the retail components. Let's skip forward into the expenses. Vacancy, I've already touched on this. When these buildings go dark, when they're obsolete, there's really only automotive uses that are put in there, and they come down the scale. And when they're fully obsolete, or when there's no demand for them, which happens in many cases, as I referred to earlier on my page 12, the buildings tend to sit dark until they become development sites, and that can be a period of many years. So essentially what you're looking at is a single-use building that, yes, is owner occupied, but once it's not in that state, the vacancy can extend for quite a while. So while I refer to the retail and industrial vacancy rates, they're not directly comparable to the type of property that we have. What I will point out is that a 2% vacancy rate is basically a single month of vacancy over a 5-year time frame, if you do the math. So once the building becomes vacant, whenever that happens, it won't be vacant for a single month. It will be many months and or years in many cases. So we have applied a vacancy rate of 4% in our analysis. It does have some backup from the various categories that I provide, but essentially you have to accommodate for some degree of vacancy, and 2% simply doesn't reflect that. I will save us all time with regard to the expense allowance. You've all heard these arguments numerous times. There's been a decision at the municipal board with regard to one property, which wasn't an official test case, but essentially was the first property to be heard where the non-recoverable argument was gone into in exceptional detail, that being 444 St. Mary Avenue. And the decision was for that particular property, I believe it was 4.6% or something of that nature. Now, I've applied a 5% overall non-recoverable allowance in my evaluation. Shortfall, we're at 6, and we can move forward to capitalization rate. Now, obviously, there's no true cap rates out there, as there's no arm's length leases and sales to look at. So we do need to look at the investment market and what would be paid for a property such as this, and what investors' views of this particular category are. So looking at my page 27, you do need to look at the asset class, essentially. So my middle paragraph, automobile dealerships are dominantly owned by dealers or the brands in some cases, or in some instances where a former dealer retained ownership and it's then a used car lot, essentially. It's not an asset class that draws investors. People aren't seeking this out. I believe there is a single very small REIT that invests in this particular class in Canada versus the swath of retail, office, industrial REITs and institutional investors that invest in all other asset classes. So you're looking at exceptionally small demand for these outside of the industry itself. So how do we value it? Well, retail is in the same type of locations. It's on your major thoroughfares. It would be the most similar in terms of location and some of the factors, not all of the factors, but some of the factors that an investor may apply. So we have given you our market cap rate study for retail at the bottom of page number 27. These are all very well located retail strip malls sold in the lead up to the valuation date. We're looking at Henderson Highway, Pembina Portage, Osborne Village, and Corridon Avenue. Sale dates obviously shown there, 2018 through 2021. most of them more recent, and our range is 6.3 up to 8.9%, with the bulk of them centering around, 6.5 to 7.5%. I've given you photographs of a number of them on the following page. One located on Henderson, the Osborne Village one that we refer to there on Stradbrook, and the boutique strip mall in River Heights on the way to Tuxedo at the bottom of page number 28. Now, these were all sold for the in-place income and are true representations of cap rates. So again, 6.5 to 7.5 is your typical range that you're looking at, that we see in the marketplace. Moving on to my page 29, let's look at what the commercial brokerages say with regard to retail cap rate ranges, the appropriate time. Cushman Wakefield states in their report as of Q1 2023, cap rate range of 6.5 to 7.5 for non-anchored retail strip malls, with Colliers having an overall retail cap rate range of 6.5 to 7.5% for investment grade retail assets. So backing up what I've said with regard to the transactions in the marketplace, the other critical component to look at is interest rates. In the reference time frame, we had a very dramatic shift in mortgage lending rates. If you look at Bank of Canada interest rates, they rose from 0.5% in spring of 2022 to 4.75% as of the valuation date. So a 4% rise in the lending rate, essentially, with direct correlation to the mortgage lending rate. As the Bank of Canada rate changes, so do the mortgage lending rates. Now, what would a 4% increase in your mortgage lending rate cause? Well, it would cause us two things. It caused the market to stop, essentially, abruptly. People were not buying as they were unable to create the return that they require based on the lending rates, and the market essentially shut down. If they were able to buy, the cap rate would be considerably different than what it would have been before. If you look at the sales that both the city and I present, there's really none in that time frame as it shut down. But basically, 4% lift in interest rate is going to drive your mortgage rate up. So if anything, it may be above where we land on this particular property. We have, again, a special use building, really only one use. And once they are obsolete for that, they typically become much less valuable. Taking into account the special use nature, the location of the property and properties, investment potential of the property, etc., we've applied a rate of 7.5% in our valuation. And this is consistent with the market. Could that be higher? Yeah, it probably could be higher. I'm being conservative in my estimate at 7.5, kind of at the top end of the range. We look at our decisions from the last cycle, as noted in page 29. They were typically, pardon me, 8% for our Point West dealers, 7.5% for new build dealers on Keniston, essentially, the Lowson properties, and a couple at 7.25%. Are the cap rates going to go down from there? Certainly not. Is the city's cap rate of 5.95% defendable? No, it's not. Again, regional, the categorization that the city is referring to there refers to essentially 4 malls, maybe Portage Place. I'm not sure if they include that anymore, but St. Vital Center, Polo Park, Kildonan Place, and Grant Park Mall, I suppose, and what's the one I'm forgetting up in the Northwest? In any case, Garden City, thank you. Really no comparison, 5.95%. When your lending rate is 4.75, it's just not, it's not feasible. So our summary is on page 29. we've applied the top end of the range at $13 per square foot. 4% vacancy simply to accommodate for vacancy that will happen at some point. 5% expense allowance and a 7.5 cap rate. This gives us $8,943,000 as our final valuation. And the addenda includes the couple of things, the income and expense submitted to the city. It includes the decision from the last cycle based on our NOI and cap rate of 7.25. And forgive me, I only printed out one copy of my addenda, so I've got to flip to that here. There's quite a number of other decisions that we included for reference, obviously. And then at the back of the brief, we have a couple of articles which I briefly alluded to, referring to the automobile category and the change in the need for real estate for those for this particular asset class. They are there for you to review if you wish. And I think the very last bit is with regard to autos sales in Winnipeg during that COVID-19 timeframe. That is my presentation. Thank you so much for your patience. Hopefully I covered everything, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, thank you very much. I'm thinking at this point, we'll take a quick 5 or 10 minute break. It might be appropriate at this point, and then we'll come back with questions from the assessor at that point. Thank you very much. Now we can reconvene at this point, and I believe we're at a point where Ms. Shable, you have questions for Mr. Smith today. Please go ahead.
Let's open page 3 of agent brief.
Sorry, which page?
3.
3.
Third,
Thank
third,
you.
yeah. It is true that we don't compare assessment, correct?
Yes, I'm not comparing assessment. I'm providing history on the subject property, not comparing one assessment to another property's assessment.
But still you presented 2023 assessment, you comparing.
As I stated, it's the history
current
of the property.
assessment. Would you agree that subject property located in regional corridor, commercial property?
It is located, sorry, just to understand your question, it's in a regional corridor, did you say?
Yes.
It's on a major thoroughfare in the city, yes.
Let's move to page number. Page number 15. Everyone with me? Page 15.
Yes, go ahead.
We're looking of market leasing activities. You would agree that subject property bill in 2022 is brand new improvements, correct?
Yes.
Wouldn't you? Your comparables on page number 15, old improvements, correct?
They vary in age, but none of them are from 2022, you're correct.
Your subject reference day of we're looking, it is true that we're looking for market condition for 2023, yes, no?
The valuation date is April 1, 2023.
So your start date 2015, 2018, correct? So it's very old leases. Should be upward adjustment for time, correct?
So to answer your question, page 15 and the automotive leases that we're looking at, typically they carry through the valuation date that we are looking at.
If it's lease started in 2015, it will be applied step-up lease, correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
It is true that if lease started in 2015, it's usually 5 years after step up rent applied.
She's,
So you're wanting me to speculate on whether, okay, so you're saying the market changes over time. Yes, it does. So if a lease expires prior to the date, it may have a lift, as I think I pointed out, and I pointed out the ones that did have steps in them as well.
So your comparable number 3, 1384 Region Avenue, you would agree that it's closest to the subject property?
I believe that it's located in very close proximity and is of an automotive use adjacent to essentially where the subject is. There's 3 of them there. I provide them for background for the panel.
So your lease in 2019, $12 per square foot, but this rent and all building 1987, correct?
The property is from 1987. The areas are considerably smaller, so typically they would have higher rents, as I already indicated.
So for this type of property, it will be higher than $12 per square foot.
I'm sorry?
If it will be rent and more new building like subject property 2022 build, this rent will be much higher than $12 per square foot.
No, that's
Isn't true.
incorrect. So you're looking at a space of 2,400, 2,300, 2,100 square feet versus an overall property size of 57,743 with a service area of, call it 25,000 plus square feet. No, it's not going to be $12 or higher. It will be lower than that.
Your comparables number 10, 11 on Pembina, they have a good explosion to traffic flow like subject property on Region, correct?
They do have good exposure to traffic flow, yes.
And they rate for $12.50, $12.75 else in old building 1972. So if it will be brand new building, this rent will be much higher, correct?
No, again, that's incorrect. And we're looking at different different sizes of properties and somewhat different use. Again, you're comparing back end of an automobile dealership to a standalone property that's roughly a third or a quarter of the size of or less of from the subject. So economies of scale, quite clearly the rental rate will be lower than what you're indicating.
Would you agree that this lease was negotiations in 2017 and we're looking for 2023 market? Aren't you?
We are indeed looking for the 2023 market value. And as I said, most of these leases carry forward, if not all of them, through the valuation date.
On page 16, your comparables 14 through 17, it's Nairn, Dugald, Oak Point, its location industrial area, correct?
Nairn is not an industrial location. It's the extension of Regent, essentially. It's a used auto dealer for $9 a square foot. Dugald is in an area where the properties are assessed as auto dealers. They're RV dealers, essentially. That's what you're looking at on Dugald there. The 8,400 square feet. Warman is essentially on the Lachimoje corner, so extremely high exposure just south of Regent, essentially.
This leases was negotiation 10 years before reference date for subject property, correct?
Yes, some of them are certainly dated. I grant you that. Again, I would love to have some more recent ones, and we certainly put less weight on on the leases that are older in our chart. I've referred to the ones that we placed more weight on already.
And this property is 16 years, around 16 years older than the subject property.
I don't know which property you're referring to.
For example, comparable 14 built in 1969. It's 64 years, 62 years before. Comparison.
I'm gonna interrupt you right there. I think that he's answered the question regarding most of these properties are older properties, and most of them have leases that started well before the reference date. I think that you've already got that from him, so please move on to something else, please. Thank you.
And let's, so to summarize, youngest lease 2019 for $12 per square foot with all building would be highest upward adjustment for age of the building.
Is that
Correct.
a question or?
Is that a statement or a question, Ms. Shable?
Statement and question same time.
Well,
Okay, I can answer the question. So, sorry, which property were we looking at?
Your, to example, property number 3, comparables on region 1384.
Okay, so we've already covered this one, 1384 Regent, of which there are 2 others there, which you haven't included, $8.10 a square foot and $7.94 per square foot. So built in 87, leases from 2018 and 19 carrying through the reference date, $8 to $12, call it. Is this identical to the property? No. We all know that there are no 20, 30,000 square foot service centers out there. What we're doing is looking at the market. These are immediately adjacent essentially to the subject, considerably smaller. They will drive generally higher lease rates. But the subject is obviously newer and different. So no, there's not going to be an upward adjustment from the single comparable of $12 per square foot would be my answer.
We are looking on page number 17. So your comparables, it's retail, rent for showroom and subject property, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree that a retail property has part of showroom or retail when they sold property, plus they have loading area and they have storage area? Correct?
Can I ask you to repeat that just so I'm clear on the question?
All retail, to example, furniture sell retail. They have a showroom and retail area when they presented this product. Plus they have a storage area and they have loading area, correct?
So my answer, which I already covered in my presentation, is that typically the big box retail that you're referring to is mostly selling floor with some storage and receiving area. So, and typically you're looking at 80% of the building being selling floor with some storage and receiving, etc.
And this loading area, storage areas will be something similar to service area and car dealership. Would you agree?
The storage area would be similar to the storage area?
Storage area, loading area will be similar to service area for car dealership.
No, I would
you agree
disagree.
with that? Let's look on your first comparables. It's on region 5020 Region Avenue, rent 2021, very closest to the subject property, reference date, rent at $14 per square foot. It looks like your best comparables for showroom.
Yep.
Also, we're looking on comparable number 4 or Region Avenue, 1487 Region Avenue. This lease $13.55. Was negotiated, it's step up lease, correct?
Yes.
But this lease was still negotiated in 1998. and every 5-10 years step up. Would you agree?
Yes, every 5 years, there's a step in rent.
Your comparable number 11 on 2816 Pembina, it has same traffic explosion for like region. It's rent for $15.54. It's close to reference date 2020.
So, and with respect, you are selecting properties that are in the same property, but only presenting one of the comparables. Yes, there is one at 15.54. The other one is at $10.50 a square foot.
I'm looking for start date. First comparable 2021, 11 comparables on 2020, and we will looking on comparable number 15, 2020 year start date, close to reference date, because we look for market 2023. It's in $14.25.
So my comment to you would be that the start date is obviously not the only thing to look at with regard to the comparability of a lease comp to the subject property. And that's why we have gone to the exercise of including 24 lease comps here. You want to look at the full gamut of things that one should consider when determining a fair market lease rate. Obviously, you want it to be as close to the reference date as possible. You want it to be close in proximity. You want it to be of a similar nature, similar use, similar size, similar lease terms, similar age, if at all possible. The market isn't perfect, as we all know. You present the market as it is and help to frame the subject property in order to determine the lease rate. So we don't simply only look at the bottom end of the market and or the top end of the market and try and apply those lease rates. We look at what the appropriate rate should be for the subject based on the gamut of lease rates that are presented. So we're not simply looking at start date as the only thing that one should examine here. So if you take them in isolation and say, well, only the leases starting after 2020, that's a very subjective and somewhat skewed look at the rates that should be applied.
Your big age, a very big factor, and only your comparable 15 to 18 built between 2011 2019. It's more younger improvements, correct?
Which property are we looking at?
15 to 18, they built between 2011 2019, because we still look for age of improvements.
Former, okay. Yes, built between 2011 and 2019. What was the question?
Just to confirm, and they rent between $12.25 and $14.25, depend of start date of lease, correct?
Yes, the start rate dates there range from 2012, which again, we're not putting a lot of weight on, up to 2020, and they're in that $12.50 to $14.25 range. You can see the sizes, location. If we're not familiar, it's to the east of Seasons of Tuxedo, off of Sterling Lion. Good profile. So yes, they have strong rental rates there.
So a comparable in 18 was lease in 2012 and $12.25. Lease on 15 in 2020, $40.25. You would agree that by a lease increase over the time?
Yeah, I would agree.
Follow up, we're going to page. We're going to page 25 of agent brief.
26.
25. We will look into vacancy. And your table, overall industrial vacancy for Johnson reported Winnipeg 1.9, by Colliers 1.9 to 2.1. It's your present story between 1.5 to 2%. It's vacancy by Johnson and Colliers. why you use 4%?
Well,
It's very well, your table very well support statistical data of city, 2%. So your overall vacancy showed, confirm our 2% vacancy, correct?
so let's deal with this subject then, and I'll answer your question in my response. So we have a property type that isn't followed by any of the reporting agencies, obviously, with regard to vacancy. So we have to look at the other asset classes, which is what I've done here. I'm not saying it's an industrial property and it should have the same vacancy. It shouldn't. The extensive discussion that I had with regard to the special use nature and the vacancy that these properties experience once they're obsolete was my large commentary on this. Again, 2% is 1 month of vacancy over 5 years. What we're showing in the chart here is what other asset classes have. I did refer to retail below that, so I'm not picking out industrial only. The industrial, while overall industrial vacancy includes owner occupiers, investment vacancy, which you didn't refer to, runs from 4.5 to 9.5 or 4.8 to 17% for single tenant vacancy. Retail, obviously higher than the base rate of industrial at 3.8% overall, year end 2022, according to Johnson. 5-year average of 3.8%. So virtually, you're running up to 4%. Overall retail vacancy with a 5-year average of 4.8%. I'm not out of line in the 4% we're assigning. And again, we're looking at the asset class itself.
What is your opinion, car dealership close to industrial property or retail property?
I've already explained that.
I think that question has been asked and answered.
Could you confirm? Retail
Sorry?
or industrial?
I've already answered the question.
We're going on page 27 regard capitalization rate. You would agree that our municipal order form 2023 shows that we have to following retail regional shopping mall, correct?
Yeah, I'm sorry to keep asking this question, but I didn't quite catch what the question was.
According to municipal order A-02223, it's municipal board finding that car dealership it's very close to regional retail international shopping mall. What is correct?
So that may be what the municipal board order from 2020, or rather 2002 or 2004 said, but as indicated, we have a test case coming up on June with a backlog of 200 plus auto dealership cases waiting to decide what the proper methodology is. So the weight to be placed on those dated decisions is very minimal at this point in time.
But it's only one order in place we have to following today until test happen. Would you agree?
I would suggest that that's misleading as we're all waiting for that case to take place.
Okay. On your page 27, you didn't provide street number, so I cannot verify it, correct?
There's an issue of confidentiality and they're not terribly difficult to identify.
We don't know age of these improvements. We don't know size of improvements, gross floor area. We don't know how big land for this for these cells, correct?
I will answer this briefly. So yes, you are correct, but the point in presenting these is to look at standard retail transactions and what investors, astute investors, pay for a particular asset class. We tend to present too much information in this particular forum, so I have kept it to a minimum. We're not looking at a great range of type of properties here. These are well located, well tenanted strip malls in good locations throughout the city.
And we already established that property type should be regional shopping mall. Strip mall, it's different category, correct?
So as I had mentioned earlier, I significantly disagree with you with regard to the classification of the property. This is not anywhere close to being comparable to a regional shopping center such as St. Vital Mall, Portage Place, Polo Park, Grant Park, etc. It's not remotely the same categorization.
Your sale price between 2 million and 4 million. It's much smaller than subject property 12 million market value of property, correct?
Well,
It's
that
much
is the value
smaller.
that the city has placed upon it. So, but I would agree with you that they are smaller, yes.
And 4 times smaller. Okay. On page number 29, you comparison 2025 to 2023 city assessment, correct? But it's here in the Nova for today.
I have provided that for background detail for the panel members. As you look at it, you can see the interesting evolution of the city's model and the change in cap rate and a rising interest rate field from 6.4 to 5.95%.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mahone, do you have any questions at this time?
Just a couple with respect to the building itself. This building was constructed in 2022.
That's correct. It was completed in 2022, yes.
Okay, and there was a lot of talk about what happens to these when their effective life is over and they become obsolete. What is the effective life of this building? Is it 30 plus years?
I'm afraid I didn't do a cost approach on this property or the other ones today, as we don't deal with that in the valuation. So I don't really have a direct answer for you necessarily. What I would, I guess, say is that the automobile industry changes over time, and their properties needed obviously evolve as well.
Okay, thank you. I don't have anything further.
Thank you. Ms. Duncan, do you have questions?
Yeah, just back on your page 11 and 12, you presented a number of different auto dealerships that are no longer auto dealerships. Do you have any years on their closures, so to speak, for those 7 without going into any detail on each of them? Just, is there years when they closed in particular?
Yes, I think some of them have been mentioned there. Let me just have a quick look. So first one, 3021 Pembina Highway. I don't have a date on that. They moved to Winnipeg Honda moved to Waverly more than 10 years ago, certainly like 2010 or before, in that kind of time frame. Regent, well, we're dealing with that today. That has been demolished and is redeveloped as the owner-owned contiguous space.
Yeah. Just the years, if you don't mind, or
Yeah,
approximately.
so 1310, sorry, would be 2022. 630 Portage, 2003. With very intermittent occupation. 2537 Pembina. Bear with me for half a second here while I check one thing, so I'm accurate on that. It was. I don't have it in front of me, so I don't want to give you wrong information, but it was in the mid-teens, either 2012 or
That's fine. I just want to,
2017. It was in that range. The last one, Saturn went bankrupt in 2007, 2008.
thank you. And then, again, not necessarily to have to go through it, but the municipal board order in regards to 4 St. Mary's in regards to expenses, that's not in the evidence though, eh?
I did not go to the trouble, I'm afraid, of putting out the order and including it. You are correct.
Okay. And so just again, I got the premise of the position, the company's position on comparisons and what retail ones wouldn't be appropriate. I do notice with most of the rent comparisons, although there was some automotive, but rent comparisons and cap comparisons, most of them are still related to retail strip malls, which again, you know, seems a little bit apple and orangish. Is there any particular reason why that comparison venue is better than, without going back through all your arguments, but just in general, than the bigger outlets that you don't feel it's that aren't good comparables in regards to cap comparisons and rent comparisons?
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you for that question. So I'll disagree slightly and not take any time with it, but we did present 20 comps on the automotive side to try and cover that off. I need to gather some additional info there, but that's what we're looking at. We're dividing it in two. From the retail lease perspective, again, you're not going to find automotive leases, auto dealership leases out there. So you need to look at location being critical. Power center nodes are not comparable to. They're just not comparable. You will not find any of these national tenancies that will say, hey, I'm going to move down the block to pay a little bit less at this location where the auto dealership is. They won't move into that structure. They won't move to that location. Even if they were to pay less, which they wouldn't care. They wouldn't go there. So what we're looking at is not necessarily strip malls. In some cases, there are, like the Lorimer property is a number that are adjoined. Keniston, 1290 Keniston has, I think, 3 units in it. But many of these are standalone and in very close proximity to the subject on Regent. So you're not in the power center node, you're in either adjacent or areas that are similar to what the automobile dealership are as far as location goes, type of structure. You look at the some of the comps, Leon's standalone. I don't want to get into it, but
sorry, I just kind of wanted the general context as why strip malls are maybe not, like you say, an ideal comparison, but a better comparison than the other larger power nodes. And you've explained that. So that's fine unless you think there's something else I need to know in that regard. That was it for my questions.
Thank you. Mr. Smith, I have a question regarding a property that, are you aware of any other property that were redeveloped from being a dealership to being a retail store? And I'm thinking of an old Ford dealership that is on Pembina Highway. Are you aware of that? It's gone to a sporting goods store.
Are you speaking about the Royal Sports? Okay, so that, and unfortunately, the agent that deals with that property isn't here today to provide the background commentary on that, but it was distressed property, essentially purchased at a low rate, and if you go in it, the improvements reflect essentially the value of the property and what was paid for it and the rent that, if any, that they're paying there at this time. I didn't mention that one, you're right, which is probably my mistake, but it's a very good indicator of the drop in value of these properties. Now, do they use it? Yes, but it's very far from ideal in terms of layout and access and parking and et cetera.
Fair enough. I was just, because of the list that you put together, I thought it was odd that this particular one was omitted, but I can understand. But as far as a further question to Ms. Duncan's inquiry about the cap rates, I mean, as he said, there aren't cap rates available for this property type. And so you're using a retail strip category for some guidance for your cap rates.
Correct.
And ultimately, you're asking us to accept the fact that because there is no other, we are going to have to use something that's quite different than the subject. Ultimately. And the strip mall is very different than a dealership, correct?
Granted, they are very different, yes. So as you say, we will have no direct comparables to provide, unfortunately. So you do need to look at what would be most appropriate. So let's look at the location. They're on street front, major corridors, as are strip malls, right?
Yep.
They are generally standalone buildings of a certain size. You're not looking at a Polo Park shopping center here or a power center node big box development such as those at Regent and Lagimodiere. Those are as different as a strip mall is and more. So really what we're looking at is what are other asset classes appropriate? Obviously not apartment. Industrial is not located on these type of thoroughfares. Office is a different animal. And so you need to look at what would be most appropriate and then make a judgment as to what.
And you're doing the same thing with the rents at that point.
That's
also.
correct.
Thank you. Those are my questions. Any summation at this point, Ms. Shable?
Yes, please. Our job here today to analyze the market evidence and determine the best conclusion of market value. My opinion of market supported by lease comparables very similar to the subject property. The agent has relied on comparables, rental rate comparables that located in much older property and oldest leases. Thus has underestimated the subject property. My opinion, my vacancy, not operating expense, my 2% of vacancy, 3% not operating expenses, is $6 per square foot for a vacant space, based off statistical analysis of information provided by the owner. All these parameters are applied across whole car dealership through the city. With respect to the capitalization rate, the market evidence included in my brief showed 5.95% that align with Colliers, CBRE, and Cushman-Wakefield. If you look on retail regional, between 6 to 7%. Agent applies 6.5% that underestimate subject property, and that highest rate is not well supported in any way. Based on evidence analysis, the April 1st, 2023 market value of subject property is 11,969,000. That showed its low range of assessment compared to compared to cost approach, 21 million, or direct comparison approach. Our assessment around $200 per square foot, and currently sale on region showed $275 per square foot. So I'm asking to confirm the 2025 assessment value for 11,969,000. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Smith, any quick summation?
Yeah, very quick summation. So we have used the accepted valuation model, that being the income approach. We've discussed why cost is not appropriate, as well as direct comparison, the city's sale comps with regard to direct comparison include business components, making them invalid. The point of the valuation that we're doing here is to establish the proper methodology for valuing these. We've gone through extensive, obviously, discussion regarding that. I won't cover it again. We're not looking for the lowest value here. We're looking for an appropriate market value. We have been conservative in our valuation. We've gone to the top end of the rental rate range as we see it, taking into account both the retail portion of the building as well as the automotive service portion of the building at the back. We're asking for a minimal increase to an appropriate market level of 4%, not 1 month out of 5 years that the city has used at 2%. The expense allowance, well, you've all heard that extensively. I leave that in your capable hands. And the capitalization rate that we've used of 7.5% for an asset class that's not in demand in the marketplace in a time of significantly rising mortgage lending costs and mortgage lending rates, is conservative at 7.5%, and very well supported both by our market evidence as well as the major commercial brokerages capitalization rate ranges as stated, which obviously they have detailed knowledge of. So again, we're not looking for the lowest value here, and we're not valuing it on that basis. We're taking a look at all of the market evidence and making appropriate adjustments in order to arrive at a fair market value. That is my summation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you both for your presentations on that property. Let's see if we can move on to the next property. That being 1310 Regent Avenue. So, Ms. Shavel, would you like to walk us through your presentation, and let's keep it to just the highlights of it, please. I think we've got a pretty much full docket here that we're going to be hearing a lot of the same type of arguments, it sounds like, since these are all car dealerships, correct?
Correct.
So, floor is yours.
File number 24-3899, roll number 0900 7573000. The subject property located on 1310 Regent Avenue West. 2025 assessed value with reference day April 1st, 2023, is 7,169,000. The subject property complete auto dealership built in 2021 and located in zoning C3 commercial corridor. Land area of subject land 73,507 square feet. Plan area of improvements 24,186 square feet. Gross and floor leasable area 32,840 square feet. The subject property sold in 2012, 1.19 million. Subject property located on northeast side of the city. More air photo of page 3 to 5 and street view from Google. The subject property have same free zoning corridor, commercial corridor, I already presented in previous case. We have same set of comparables for retail properties, retail box properties. So total average $18.78. We have already presented my previous case. Should I keep going? Would you apply previous information to same case, to this case? About orders, why we use retail box, rental comparables for car dealership. Can I skip this argument? Are you with me?
Pardon me?
Could you forward my argument about,
Yes, of
Re-
course. You're
I
referring to
don't
your
have to
rents.
repeat myself, yes, about
Yeah.
my rents.
I think we can, to expedite things. You have produced the same table of rent comparisons on
Correct.
page 6 of your, so I think that we can all move forward a little bit quickly on this. I think we've heard the arguments that you've made. So is there anything other than maybe walking through the actual valuation? Would that
Okay.
be okay in your world?
Thank you. We
Thank you.
assess
Go ahead.
assess 32,840 square feet of lease area and overall rent $13.79. Give us potential rent or $452,864. We apply same vacancy loss 2%, same expenses not recoverable expenses 3%, and a shortfall $6 per square foot. This number was already statistical proved by crunching all number information provided by owner to us. Give us net operating income $426,552. We apply same capitalization rate 5.95% for new building built in 2021. It's inside our 60% of property between 5.85 to 6.8%. It's 60% of property across city was sold for this capitalization rate for industrial, for retail regional. Give us estimate value $7,169,000. On following 3 pages, we came across subject property cost approach. By cost approach, replacement cost of new building around 8 million. After depreciation cost, it will be 8.2 million. And land value 1.8 million. Give us total value of around 10 million. And we assess only 7.2 million. So by cost approach and 10 million. Land was assessed at $24.32. Keep going. All land, I have a similar land sale comparables, not similar. I have IP because subject property around 74,000 square feet. My 4 comparables around same size. My comparables on off point was sale in April 2023 at $26.63. My comparables on 1269 Centen Road around 87,000 square feet sold in 2003 to $28.31. My comparables, third comparables 250 Center Street, size 65,000 square feet sold in 2012 to $29.29. In my fourth comparable Center Street sold in 2021 at $26.46. They give us mean of average $35.17. We assess land at $24.32 give us 1.8 million. Air photo of my comparables presented on following pages. Comparable on Center Street was sold like a vacant land, but today improvements. And same improvements, we have improvements after also on 250 Center Street after vacant sale. My final estimate of value. The two approaches to value used in this report indicates the following value to the subject property. Income approach, 7,169,000. Cost approach, 9,988,000. The income approach was used by the City Assessment Taxation Department to value the subject property for 2025 general assessment. The cost approach provides a frame of reference. In this case, indicates that income approach value is reasonable. On following page, subject property direct comparison approach. We assess property over 7 million, divided by gross floor area 32,840 square feet, get estimate assessed value of assessment $218.30. And you see my same eight improved sale comparables and my 8 comparables on Region Avenue closest to the subject property sale and $265.05. Air photos following. We can see same orders like previous case 8-04179. It's give instruction how to assess this type of property. And another order 8-02223. So subject property similar to by board finding, similar to regional retail shopping mall. But by the end of my brief, presented income expense mailer presented for us. It's property owner occupied. So based on evidence in my report and analysis, the April 1st, 2023 market value of subject property is $7,169,000. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Mr. Smith, questions?
Yeah, just one question. So on your page, I don't know what the page is, the final estimate of value, income approach and cost approach are shown, and they're $2.8 million apart, which is 40% difference. When there's a 40% difference in valuation approaches, should any reliance be placed upon the cost approach?
It's a cost approach shows that income approach value is reasonable.
With a 40% difference? Okay,
It's,
those are all of my questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. Ms. Duncan, do you have questions?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mahone, do you have questions?
I do with respect to the rent that's been assigned by the, well, I'll ask, that rent that has been assigned at $13.79 per foot is model driven, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And this property at 1310 Region is immediately next door to the previous property at 1300 Region, correct?
Correct.
Is there any difference that would, or sorry, can you explain why there is a 69 cent per foot difference in properties at next door to each other?
And previous property around 60,000 square feet. This property half 30,000 square feet. Smaller property, highest rent.
Okay.
Slightly higher rent.
Thank you. I don't have anything further.
Thank you very much. And I have no further questions. So, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So 1310 Regent Avenue West, as already stated, it's immediately adjacent to 1300, which we just dealt with. Built in 2021. This is Volkswagen on Regent. If you look at my page number 3, you can see background on the property. Again, built in 2021, sits on 1.7 acres, which is small. We're looking at these sites individually, not as a conglomerate. And the land to plan area ratio that you have for this particular property is 3.04 to 1. That's very small for an auto dealership with regard to having space to display cars, store cars, have customers come, employees, etc. It's too small, essentially. And again, these are taken in isolation as if this property was selling on its own. What I will point out, 2023, we weren't exactly in agreement with the assessment, but we didn't feel it was far enough out that it needed to be appealed. So property was identical. And we're now looking at a 47.5% increase to the 2025 assessment. I'm not comparing assessments of this house to that house or this strip mall to that strip mall. I'm saying this is the change in the subject property. That simply doesn't happen. Photographs are there for you to see, which we have taken. Inspected the property, obviously, was built in 2021. It is very new, obviously. And we have a footprint of 24,186 square feet with a mezz of 8,600 plus square feet. That is property, total leasable area, $32,840 per square foot. The site is shown on page 9. You can see the size of it and the location is identical. All of my other commentary with regard to the automobile industry, the special use nature of automobile dealerships, my comparables, my vacancy discussion, my capitalization rate discussion, expenses. Mr. Chair, I'm relying on everybody's extensive history with the expense allowance, not to get into discussion of that. The material's there for you to see if you wish. I don't want to waste our time. We all know the details. And we've discussed the reason for the slightly higher vacancy that should be applied in order to match an appropriate market level, not below market level. Capitalization rates, all of the information is the same. We've covered this extensively. And my summary is on page number 29. So we have a similar size, somewhat smaller, but certainly in the correct size for auto dealership property to the one that we just dealt with immediately next door. It does have a smaller land area. However, we've replaced the same rental rate of $13 per square foot. Same vacancy rate, 4%, expense allowance, 5%, shortfall at $6, and cap rate of 7.5%. Again, we're being conservative in our estimates here. We've gone to the upper end of the range with regard to rental rate for properties such as this. I do feel, based on some of the questions that were asked, that wrapping everybody's head around the differences between the retail comparables that I've presented versus what the city has presented is perhaps not exactly clear. It's critical to look at what the rental rates would be for a property located in a big box power center node are versus properties that are perhaps still in a an attached mall situation, but in a more comparable situation or location to the subject property would be. They're lower. Some of them are standalone buildings, and the rents reflect appropriate market rental rates for those locations. They're inherently lower than what you would drive in these big box locations. There really is no transfer from big box power center node to automobile dealership. So our summary again is shown on page number 29. giving us our final market value of $5,086,000. Again, 7.5% cap rate in a rising interest rate environment for an asset class that is not in demand. We're within the range, just at the upper end of the range, in fact, is what we used last time. And the decisions from last cycle that I referred to are shown on page 29. That is my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Shable, any questions?
On page 29, you did apply expense allowance 5%. This expense allowance include not recoverable in management fee, correct?
I'm trying to avoid getting into a discussion of the non-recoverable versus, it's all there on the page. The panel's well aware of the details. Not trying to avoid your question, but we need to save time here.
Would you agree that the management fee, typical net lease covered, management fee covered by tenants, it's already paid off? Would you agree? The typical
I'm going
net
to
lease.
let my existing comments stand.
No further question. Please apply my cross-examination from previous case to this.
Sorry, I missed what you said there, Ms. Shable.
Please apply my cross-examination argument from previous case to
Oh, yes.
all following cases.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that very much. All right, questions, Ms. Duncan?
No questions, thank you.
Ms. Mahone, Mr. Mahone, any questions?
No, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
And I do not have any questions either at this point. I assume that we can forego any summation based on the fact that we had a fairly robust summation on the first.
Absolutely.
You're
Yes,
good,
please.
Mr. Smith, good. Ms. Shable, you're good? Yes?
You can apply our summation from previous case because it will be same argument.
Perfect, thank you very much. Moving on to 1355 Regent Avenue. Ms. Shable, would you like to walk us through your presentation again, please?
File number 24-4079, roll number 090104758550. Subject property located in 1351 Regent Avenue West. The 2025 assessment with reference date April 1st, 2023 is 10,808,000. The subject property complete car dealership, original built 1984 with additional big addition in 2022. Land area 229,953 square feet with plan area 44,421. Leasable area of subject property 52,508 square feet. On page 2, you can see subject property lease. There is tenants, Jim Coutier, IKEA, Kia, lease of 15,000 square feet at net rent of $21.20 per square foot. Reported to us. You can see all information by the end of my brief in income expenses mailer. Photo, street view photo on page 2, 3, air photos following. The subject property located same area, northeast of subject of city, irregular shape of land, located in same zoning, C3 commercial corridor. We did apply the same rate rent comparables of big big retail boxes. On my subject property market income. We did apply for 21,000. I did an estimate average. 1 second. Be with me. Potential rent 360,219 divided by area of 21,283 give us rent $14.86 per square foot. It's a vehicle service garage area rent out $14.86. We apply a same 2% vacancy loss, not recoverable expenses 3%, because according to leases, analyzing past net lease already management cost recovered from the tenants. Shortfall $6 per square foot for vacant space give us net operating income $296,044. On bottom of the page, I presented rent comparables, service garage rent comparables on 1064 Macmillan Street, rent old building 1967, so rent should be upward adjustment for age of building. Rent started in 2021, around 4,000 square feet at $16 per square foot. Comparable number 2 on 2735 Pembina Highway, old building 1918, lease started in September 2020, around 3.5 thousand square feet at $20.50. It's service garages rent. Third comparables 107 Vermilion Drive, building built in 1998, lease started February 2002 at 5.5 thousand square feet at $21 per square foot. Fourth comparable 20 Lakewood Boulevard, building 1978, lease started in August 2022 of 8,000 square feet at $22 per square foot. My last comparables on 226 St. Mary Drive, built in 1987, lease started ended 2002, closest to reference date of 2,000 square feet at $31.85. So my average show $22.27, weight average all leases together $21.29, and media $21. We did apply for 21,283 service garage area, $14.86. It's much lower than my market evidence showed. On following page, showroom or vehicle dealership, area $31,225. We apply $13.34. Give us potential rent of $416,542. We did apply same vacancy loss too. Expenses not recoverable 3%. In shortfall $6 per square foot. To be consistent for all car dealership across the city, give us net operating income $392,218. For this specific stream, model generates 6.2 capitalization rate. Give us estimate value of vehicle car dealership portion $6,326,000. On following page, we have a summary. So our potential rent for whole building $732,761. We apply 2% vacancy, 3% not recoverable expenses, $6 per square foot shortfall or price vacant space. Give us net operating income. Please cross dollar. It's no sign. $690,262. Average capitalization rate for whole building, 6.39%. Give us estimation of market value of subject property, 10,808,000. On following pages, I have capitalization rate summary, and 2 pages down, cost approach. The subject property cost valuation summary. It is a cost approach created in-house computer system created by Assessment Taxation Department by based on Marshall Swift estimation cost. So new building 9.8 million. All after depreciation, it will be 7.8 million improvements. A land value 4.5 million, give us value of 12.4 million of cost value of subject property. We appraised close to 11 million. On page number, following page, land sale comparables. I have similar sale comparables. Give us, I already talked about them, give us $31.69 average or mean, and media $27.60. On following page, we assess land area of 229,953 square feet at $19.77. So just land value of subject property, 4.5 million by cost approach. Land comparables, air photos following up. We come across subject property direct comparison approach. Our estimate assessed value per square foot for subject property, $248.15. My 8 comparables, and we look on last comparables, it's closest to the subject property. Rent for sale for $265.05. Air photo of direct comparison approach following. Our estimate value, estimate of value, the 2 approaches to value used in this report indicate the following value for the subject property. Income approach 10,808,000. In cost approach 12,416,000. The income approach was approach used by the City of Winnipeg Assessment Taxation Department to value the subject property for 2025 general assessment. The cost approach provides a frame of reference. In this case, indicates the income approach value is reasonable. Therefore, the final estimate of value for subject property, 10,808,000. To order following order 8-041-179 and order 8-02223. It's our direction how to approach assessment for car dealership by using regional shopping mall rent and capitalization rate for regional shopping mall, not street mall. On last pages, I provided a com expenses mailer provided to us. It showed that existing lease at the subject property at $21.20 per square foot for 15,000 square feet. So based on evidence analysis in this report, the April 1st, 2023 market value of subject property, 10,808,000. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Mr. Smith, questions?
Yes, just a few brief ones. Looking at your 3, 5, 7, 5. Page number 11, the vehicle service garage page, and the rent comparables at the bottom here. I'm not going to focus on the age, as location is typically more important. Your rent comps seem to suggest a rent over $20 a square foot. Or is this the whole market, or are we just looking at the top end here?
We're looking on a start date closest to the subject property between 2022 and end of 2022. So I was looking for rent closest to the subject property, reference
So you
date,
focused on the start
2023.
date.
Correct. I
Okay,
just filtered it by start date.
the comparables, I guess it would be numbers 3 and 4, 107 Vermilion and 20 Lakewood. Those are both located in the Walmart, Canadian Tire, Co-op, anchored, shopping center, correct?
Yes, because if it stay alone, service garages usually owner occupied. So it is comparables from shopping malls because it's lease. We have to have some point.
So second, well, I guess I have 3 questions. Second
And
question
this,
is on your
shopping
page number
mall-
2, you've indicated there is a Jim Gochi IKEA lease of 15,000 square foot at 2120 per square foot. The city is aware that this is an internal book rent, correct? Why is that included?
If you look in last from bottom one to third page, you can see that it's IKEA Jim Cartier pay net rent of $21.20.
Yes,
And-
I'm well aware of that. Did you do the background of looking up who the tenant and who the owner are and the fact that they're the same people and paying themselves rent?
But usually booking rent much lower
No.
than market rent. In this case, much
No.
higher. No, it's just very well supported. They
I'm
pay
not trying to be
$21 per
argumentative,
square
but this
foot.
is an accepted principle. We can move beyond that.
On
Let's
my
look
my
at the cost
comparables,
approach
can I
on-
talk? It's my comparables, I support them. Can I proceed?
So I think the point that Mr. Smith was making is that the lease that you're pointing to is between the same party. It's the same gentleman on both sides of the equation. Therefore,
Okay.
it's just, it's a book rent that's being
But
reported.
if you look on my rent for just service garage, it shows that it's $21 per square foot, very well supported in my comparables on McPhillips, Pembina,
understand that's your
Vernal, Lakewood,
position.
and Centennial.
I
It's
understand.
market
that's your
evidence,
position.
it's not my position.
No, no,
Market evidence suggests rent.
I've
We
heard
estimate
that.
market evidence here.
I've heard that, and I
So
understand
his
what you're doing.
book rent very close to existing rent across the city.
Well, it's still, the fact is, Mr. Gauthier has the ownership of the property and is the tenant of the property. That is the problem. And that can't be gone around. So, are there any other questions?
I do have one other question, and that's, and I extremely briefly, but I do need to point it out, cost approach. Whatever page that is in the online version. I'm looking at the summary of the bottom here. We have property that was largely built in 1984. Yes, there's a newer building, 2022, which would be different, obviously. When I look at how this was done, we have one building of 12,000 plus square feet where they've only applied they've applied rather a depreciation rate of 80%, which is an appropriate rate for a property of that age. Then we move on to 2 other buildings built in 84 as well, where the city has arbitrarily assigned an effective rate of 2010 as the effective year built, and then an overall depreciation rate of 12%. Does this not skew what the resultant value of the property is?
You can see that this property was original built 1984 through 2010, 2022. It was additional construction and full exterior interior renovations that bring capital effective years from 1984 to 2010. On my page, on page number 1, we still have effective years built years built 1984, 2022. It should be 2020, 2010. I will be update our records. But still, cost approach is by Marshall Swift, and Marshall Swift showed that 12 million subject property cost.
So follow-up question then, very quickly, this was done by Marshall Swift and the value-
Estimator, yes.
And it was not done by using construction estimators familiar with Winnipeg, correct?
It's a house built cost approach by using Marshall Swift cost estimator.
Those are all of my questions.
Thank you very much. Ms. Duncan, questions?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mahone?
No, I don't have any questions. I think I've figured out what I need to figure out. Thank you. No questions.
Thank you very much. And I have no questions. Your presentation, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we are looking at 1355 Region Avenue West. The Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram location on Regent, exactly in the same area as the two properties that we've just dealt with. And we can move into valuation for the property. As already noted by the city, there's 3 buildings on site. Most of it was built in 1984. There is a new building, which is essentially a car wash detailing building at the back of the site that was built in 2022. It is that 8,983 square foot space that the city has referred to. The others were built in 84 with minor additions and changes since that time. They're not built in 2010. They're 84 with revisions. The history of the building is there for you to see, including the appeal from 2024, which was not my work and has been appealed to the municipal board. The remaining details are there for you to see. Total leasable area, 52,508, with the car dealership at 31,225 square feet. The photos follow that. They're there for you to see. It is older. The showroom obviously is different than a newer facility. In terms of the finishes, layout, etc. You can see the details there for you. The service garage, well, it's a service garage of the size indicated. So the car dealership is a full car dealership with service garage at the back. They do have a separate building, pardon me, for auto service as well. And then the new building, which is again essentially a car wash, steel frame, etc., at the metal frame rather, at the rear of the site, with very small portion of office, which is shown at the top of page number 13. That is the site, and the site description shown on page 15. Location is the same, just on the north side of Regent. From the properties that we were looking at prior to this. All of my commentary on the auto industry and special use nature of the facilities remains the same, as do my comparables. I'm not going to walk you through those. I think they give a very good overview of what each portion of the property should be assessed at with regard to rental rates. And we can move forward to my page number 30. So with regard to assessment, we have 2 different portions of the site here. We have the vehicle car dealership, and then we have the automotive repair area. Now there's 3 buildings, so the car wash and detailing center is well as the original service garage from 84 are lumped in as one. We have applied a rate of $11 per square foot to the 21,283 square feet for the automotive service area. And we've applied a rate of $12.50 per square foot to the pardon me, to the vehicle car dealership for the reasons discussed. It is older and obviously not quite the same as a new one. So we've made a deduction with regard to that on the rent. Now, what I would point out is that if you look at the rent, city has applied, well, I guess we'll get to that in my summary. The vacancy issue, same exact thing. We've applied 4%. The expense allowance, going to leave it at, we're applying 5% in keeping with the decision from the municipal board that should essentially settle the matter, considering the detail that was gone into in that particular case. Shortfall is 6, and our capitalization rate, you're not buying buildings individually here. You're not buying this building versus that building versus the other one. You're buying the property as a whole. And the cap rate for the whole does not change. It's 7.5%. We have two 1984 properties with a car wash in the back, essentially. That is not going to change what the capitalization rate that would be appropriate would be. So as I'd said, we've used a cap rate of 7.5%. If we look at my page 35, I will again point out the Board of Revision in 2023 used our cap rate of 8% for the Point West auto dealers and 7.5 and 7.25 for new build properties on Lawson, as well as the rest of the market. So our summary is on page 35. $12.50 is the rental rate applied to the car dealership, capped at 7.5% with the other parameters, gives us $4,646,000. You see adjacent to that, the city's valuation, 1334, which I suspect is largely driven by size and age. Well, actually, it can't be age. Versus their 2023 and the changes in modeling. Again, we're not seeing drops in cap rate in a interest rate environment where we're seeing a lift of 4% in mortgage lending rates. Simply doesn't happen. Bottom of the page summarizes the vehicle service garage areas. We've applied $11 per square foot. Again, 1984 property with a newer specific building at the back of the site. And we've applied what we feel is an appropriate rate towards the upper end of the range, again, at $11 per square foot. Capped at 7.5 gives you $2,779. And that largely is our presentation. The income expense are included in the addenda, and as well as our appeal on the subject property from the 2023, pardon me, assessment roll, and the result at the bottom reduced from 10.8 to $7.8 million. That is my presentation, and I'm happy to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions, Ms. Schnabel?
You use a same set of rental rent comparables for to defend this property, subject property on 1355 Regent Avenue, correct?
I have not changed the rental comparables that I provide.
But your final conclusion different compared to previous property, correct?
Yes, well, we have two different classifications. We have a vehicle car dealership, which is older, which I've applied a rate of $12.50 on versus the 13. And then we have the vehicle service garage, which we've applied the rate of $11 per square foot. It's standalone, it's separate classification.
Please apply previous argument about rental rent comparables of agent to his brief, so I don't have to repeat myself.
Good, thank you.
Thank you. No further questions?
Thank you very much. Mr. Mahone, any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple with respect to the overall valuation. You had talked about in a previous hearing about a car dealership with a particularly low land plan area. I see the land plan area is 8.31 in this case. That is a large land plan area for a car dealership, is it not?
It's not a large area, it's what they're looking for. 8-to-1 is essentially what they want in a greenfield site. If they're to build a new dealership, that's what they're searching for. Anything under that is inferior.
So anything under that would result in a decreased valuation or a decreased cap rate? Is that?
Well, it could. Now we're looking at I guess the universal view here. So I haven't made minute changes to the cap rate or anything of that nature to adjust for that. But yes, if you were to look at it, they would want more land. Now, I haven't made a specific change for that. So it's not like this one is overvalued or undervalued and the others are over or undervalued. We're looking at the classification as a whole, essentially.
Fair enough. Thank you. No question. No further questions.
Thank you very much. Ms. Duncan, questions?
No questions, thank you.
And I have no further questions. Donations as previously stated,
Yes.
Mr. Abel, you're good with that too?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I think we'll take a short recess. We could, please, thank you. So we are now to 1376 Regent Avenue, and we have two separate appeals. One is for the 2024 supplemental tax bill for this property, as well as the 2025 reassessment valuation done on this property. So, Mr. Abel, could we walk through this pretty quickly? I don't think there's going to be a lot of contention here.
Let's start by the first. File number 224-4215, roll number 0900 7571500. This assessment for 2024 years with reference day April 1st, 2021. Our assessed value is 4,463,000. The subject property complete auto dealership. She has original 5 buildings. Original built in 1998 with additional and renovation 2009. The subject property has land area 220,000 5 square feet, plan area 29,236 square feet, leasable area 20,293 square feet. If we look on page number 2, the subject property located northeast side of the city. And on page number 3, first photos, both photos showed that building 1964 was demolished. If you look on by the end of my page, I see I presented permits showed that demolition on 1-story 11,610 square feet auto dealership building. but next permit showed construction new 1-story, 2,470 square meter, and the 2023, two permitted posted by the end of my brief. So let's go, it's street area photos, we're going to assessment part. The subject property located in same zoning C3 commercial corridor. I have presented two sets of comparables for vehicle car dealership and service garage. In another set comparables, car wash and kiosk for kiosk housing. Store, kiosk, and pump, this pump. My first set comparables for car dealership and car vehicle service garage. I presented comparables on 1825 King Edward, building 97, rent in 2020 for around 5,000 square feet at $15.43. My comparables 555 Empress Street, building from 1965, rent in end 2019 of 37,000 square feet at $20.38. The subject property has only 20,000 square feet. Comparables 283 Ellis Avenue, very old building, 1959, lease in 2020 of 2.5 thousand square feet at $17.94. My comparables on 3680 Portridge Avenue, building 1988. Rent started in August 2020 of 7.2 thousand square feet and $15.50. Comparables on 918 Macmillan Street, building 1955, rent started 2021 from 1.7 thousand square feet at $21.24. Comparables on 1043 Springfield Drive, Units 1, building 9080, and the lease started ended 2019 from 3.2 thousand square feet at $16.92. Comparables on 720 Nairn Avenue, lease started building, very old building, 1969. Lease started in July 2020 of 4.4 thousand square feet at $16.09. In my last comparable, 7061 Pembina Highway, Units 1, 2, building 1988. Lease started in September 2019 for 7.7 thousand square feet at $19.13. It gives us media of $17.83. Mean it or average, and media $17.33.
Ms. Mabel, could I just suggest to basically give us the ranges within the comparables that you have in each table, and we can read the rest of them quite readily at that point. Just for our sake of moving on, you don't need to read every address and the pertinent data. We can read that quickly. But if you give us just the ranges, that would be very helpful to us this morning. Thank you.
My car wash and kiosk and pump comparables. You can see that kiosk on 1883 Portridge Avenue, only 101 square feet, rent for $375.74. Another small size comparable on 1484 Inster Boulevard of 500 square feet, rent for $19 per square foot. If you're looking on comparables of 395 Goulet Street, it's just clean car wash of 1.2 thousand square feet, rent from $36.36. Another clean car wash comparable 21 Lakewood Boulevard, rent for around 4,000 square feet at $24.38. So it's huge range between my comparables because car wash and kiosk with pump, small kiosk, it's huge difference in rent. But still media $82.24 and media $14.40. I have for example, kiosk on Osborne, rent for $43.99. Kiosk on St. Mary, rent for $26.82. Let's go for my market income. So car dealership rent, we assess 15,646 square feet at $14.65. My average and media very close, just over $17 per square foot, and we assess $14.65. It's fair. We apply same 2% vacancy loss, not recoverable expenses 3%, and shortfall $6 per square foot to occupied vacant space. Give us net operating income $260,040 income. Model generates 6.4%, give us estimate value of 2.2 million. On following page, vehicle car garage wash. We assess 2,605 square feet at $10.05. Give us a potential rent $26,180. And we saw on my comparables that just clean car wash on Goulet was rent for $36, over $36, and clean car wash on Lakewood to 21 Lakewood was rent for $24.38. We assess only $10.05. It's fair. We apply a vacancy loss 2%, not recoverable expenses 3%. Shortfall 6% to be similar across all car dealership and vehicle service garage and car wash. Net operating income $24,573. Model generate for T-stream 6.7%. Give us estimate value for car wash stream $367,000. On following page, store, kiosk, and pump. Usable area for kiosk, store, kiosk, and pump 2,042 square feet. We generate rent $14.88. You saw in my comparables, for example, same kiosk on Arlington, 1567, rent for around $27 per square foot. On McPhillips, 4025, $44 per square foot. And 705 Osborne, also $44 per square foot. We assess $14.88. It's fair. We apply same vacancy loss 2%, not recoverable expenses 3%. $6 per square foot on occupation vacant space. Model generate for T-stream 5.15%. Give us estimate value of store, kiosk, pump around 2 million. Summary page of income value summary. Our potential income for the subject property around $340,000. We apply 2% vacancy loss, 3% not recoverable expenses, is $6 per square foot on vacant space. Average capitalization rate 6.06%. give us capitalization value of 278,042. We did put total adjustment of 396,000 for pump. If you look on my stream number 3, adjustment 396,000 for existing of pump together with kiosk and store. So it gives us estimate value of subject property 4,463,000. We can go to info on following pages. Cost approach. Subject property replacement cost of all building 2.3 million. After all depreciation cost, just improvements 2 million, but land value close to $4 million, just land value of 220,000 of land. Cost summary for building section presented. I reported land value by sex comparables. The subject property 220,000 square feet, 20,005 square feet. I have allocated C3 commercial corridor. All my comparables commercial C2, C4 commercial. My comparables number 3 and 4 commercial regional, a comparable 1, 2, 5, and 6 C2. So it's 2021 market evidence. You can see that 1555 Lajimadier Boulevard was sold in 2018. Reference date 2021 April for $35.06. Comparable second on 1639 St. Mary Drive, around 80,000 square feet, sold in 2018 at $20.80. Comparables number 3 on Kennelston Boulevard, sold in April 2019 at $37.21 per square foot of land. Comparables number.
Ms. Shable, I'm going to interrupt you again. Please, we can read the individual details. Give us the range of the rents. Or the sale prices per square foot that you've got, and that would be.
My point here that we are just land value. It's very important. 3.9. It's close to 4 million. Just clean land value of this property, and we assess 4.4 million. So land value very important in this case. Let's allow Mika to continue.
Well, we need to move along because we have time constraints to our day. So please, if we could, streamline it as best as you can. Thank you.
So my average for sex comparable similar to the subject property $28.27 and media $26.81. On following page, we can look that we assess subject property at $17.97. It gives us 3,954,000, but market evidence showed $28. So our assessment today by income approach 4,463,000, much lower than land value on this moment. On following pages, I have land sale comparables. All first and on top it's vacant land sale, and second picture it's post reference, but it showed it was improved. All my land, my comparables on Lajimadier has improvements on top, on St. Mary improvements on top, on Kennelston improvements on top, on Sterling Lions improvements on top. Comparables on Center Street, it's still vacant land. And comparables on North Town Road have improvements at top, but during sale it was vacant land. My following direct comparison approach, we estimate assessed value per square foot $311.63. All my comparables following up. You can see only 6 comparables. It's between 300 to 850, 250. 313. Biggest comparable Nagbasek, 375 per square foot. VSS $311.63. All picture follow up. I presented same orders, 8-04179, presented orders 8-02223. And my income expenses mailer provided to us, it was owner, completely owner occupied. All two premises about demolition and future new construction presented here. So based on my evidence analysis, April 1st, 2021, market value of subject property, 4,463,000. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Mr. Smith, questions?
I have no questions.
Thank you very much. Ms. Duncan, do you have questions?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mahone, questions?
No questions, thank you.
And I have no questions either. Let's move on to item number 5, which I believe is the same address. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I just wanted to. I know I don't have material.
Okay,
But
my apologies. Here I'm running you through.
It's okay. It happens.
Yes, it does. Mr. Smith, sorry, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So what we're looking at here for 1376 Regent Avenue West is to supplement.
I'm sorry, I don't have any evidence, agent evidence presented to me.
There is no evidence.
He did not provide any evidence, but he's going to do something verbally.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
For clarification.
Go ahead.
Okay, so thank you. So 1376 Regent Avenue West, what we're looking at is two supplemental assessments, interim supplemental assessments, which I believe are intended to reflect the demolition of the car dealership and the redevelopment of the property with a new dealership. So if you look at each of them, there was an initial assessment and then they were supped in July where they brought the value down somewhat. Now, are we in agreement with the values for the property? No, we're not, but they are going to receive a further supplemental reflecting the development of the property for the same periods of time, is my understanding. So the assessments in the meantime are somewhat moot, as they will be superseded by the supplementals that will come out in the very near future, I'm assuming, to cover the same span of time. So it's not that we agree with the value for 24 and 25. It's simply that they will be superseded in moments. So under that, with that in mind, if you wish to reduce the income for the car dealership based on $12 for 24 and $12.50 for 25, I leave that in your capable hands. Otherwise, with my same valuation metrics, otherwise I'm looking for confirmation of the two assessed values.
Thank you very much.
Please open last page of my brief. You can see its appeal for revision. The agent appeal 2024, it's 4,463,000. It's our supplementary value right now in my brief supported. Will be no any extra paperwork sent to agent. If you look on previous page from the bottom, all our revision, notice of change in assessment already was sent to the owner in July 2024 at 4,463,000, what right now under appeal.
Sorry, so you're saying there are gonna be no further supplementary changes to the
No,
property?
it's already appeal under agent, same amount, what is supplementary changes. If you look on my second page from the end,
Second from the end, in your brief,
notice of change in assessment.
hang on, just give me a moment. Second last page in your, okay, building demolished and removed. So that was.
It's from the
demolition?
end of my brief,
Yeah,
Last
well, that's-
page is assessment, appeal of 4.463 million.
In your brief, I see page 68 and 69. Page 69 is the application for revision. And that's for the 2025 year, but the prior page shows on July 16th of 2024, corrected the 2025 realty assessment in respect to the property assessed at the roll number, notice 1376 Regent, and it went from 8,665,000 down to 6,118,000. So you're saying this has already been sent out?
Please
Yes.
open previous brief. You already in 2025 assessment. We looking right now 2024.
That's correct. Yes, you're absolutely correct. It is 2024 that we're looking at initially.
And
But-
you can see notice of change in assessment. Assessment was reduced from 8,324,000 to 4,463,000. Same amount, 4,463,000 was appealed by the agent. On my last page, it was appeal happened on August 6, 2024, period.
But my, again, apologies. Where are you reading that other change that you just read? Because,
By the end of my brief, 24-4215 for 2024 roll years.
just a moment, I just want to verify I'm on the right document here. So this is 244416 file number?
It's for 2025 assessment. We right now on 2024 assessment.
Okay, so I have. Okay, so this is 20. Just make sure. All right, so if I go to the bottom of your brief is what you're saying in the
Yes.
2024 brief?
Yes.
Okay, just a moment.
It
Let's
was
see the
appealed by
application.
the owner on August 6, 2024 at 4,463,000. If you look previous from the bottom page, our reduction notice of assessment of change in assessment was issued on July 2024. So appeal was in August, already on reduced number. It was reduced from 8,324,000 to 4,463,000. What right now in my brief supported by all evidence. In my evidence showed that just land of value for this property much higher than our assessment.
Okay. One moment. Mr. Smith. Are we talking apples and apples here first?
No.
So in 2024. An amount was reduced on the assessment because of demolition, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You agree with that so far?
I don't necessarily, I devoted.
In
very
same amount was
reviewing
appealed
the
by
city of
the
Winnipeg
agent.
Just a moment, Mr. Nagle. Just
So-
a moment, please.
We have a summary value of 4,463,000, which includes a value for the old building of 2,164,000. So it's not specifically a reduction. No,
If you open
Yes.
my page,
No.
second page from the end,
Yeah,
I
like if-
showed notice of assessment, notice of change in assessment, reduction from 8 million to 4 million.
Yeah, I understand that, and he's appealed that today.
Yes, and right now I will
And-
defend same amount, 4
Well,
million.
I understand that, but what I'm
463,000.
asking, I guess, is there going to be a further supplemental bill to increase this once the building has been rebuilt on that site?
It will be affect another assessment, yes, because it's not
Yeah,
built
okay,
yet.
and
for
then
future.
we understand each other, I believe.
Okay, see,
There will be
Hopefully.
some, well, I believe so.
but
so
not now because it's not built
Well,
yet.
yes, but it's not complete, or is it shortly to be completed? I guess that's the question I now have for you.
So for 2024, 4,463,000.
Yes, I understand that. Is there going to be a supplemental for 2024,
No,
increasing it up when the new building gets put on it?
no. When new building put on and occupied, it will be new assessment.
Okay,
So
Years
I-
of occupation, finish of construction.
okay, sorry, Mr. Smith, would you please?
certainly, so if we look at the city of Winnipeg's brief, a couple of points here, so. Actual years built, 98, 2009, it's the old building. They're looking at the old building, the area that they have is, what is it, 15,000 or something like that?
Just let me get back to that for just a moment.
And that's demolished
Okay.
and built on, that's fine. So they're assessing the old building, they're still assessing the old building at rates that we don't necessarily agree with, but it doesn't matter because there's a sub coming out. If we look at their page 66, I believe it is. And this is obviously subject to slight changes or whatnot, but they are constructing new one-story 2,470 square meter auto sales repair building. Now, if you do the conversion on that, that is 26,500 and some square feet. It's not 15,000, so there is a sub coming out. And it
No.
should be for the 2 periods of time that are in appeal. And that is why we didn't submit information, because we're anticipating the new sub to cover the same periods of time
And
as the building was finished. to my
I
knowledge.
just wanted to make sure I understood exactly what I'm looking at.
Yeah.
And Ms. Schneider,
My comments,
go ahead, because
if you look
even at
on
the end of
brief,
the day, you are missing the fact that there's going to be new construction that will create another assessment on this property for 2024.
okay, on my page number 1, we have gross floor area 32,649 square feet. If you take out 12,000 square feet demolished, it will give us 20,293 square feet after demolition of building specific address 1364. So in my case, what was wrong? Floor area should be removed, same amount. So it will be gross floor and lease area after demolition of 11,000. According to permit demolition, 11,602 square feet, will give us leasable area and gross area of 20,000. Right now exist on the property in 2004 and 2025 until new building built in full occupied. So 2024, 2025, it's already
You're saying
reflect
new building has been
demolition
put
of
on.
the building. Yes, it's already.
You're suggesting
supplemental
that's the
notice.
new building value. Is
It's
that what you're saying?
it's a value without a demolished building. It's not built yet.
Okay,
Original was 32,000, 33,000. After demolished, 20,000. So
okay.
in my case, I have to update record for gross floor area.
Yes,
with
so you've got the
20,000.
4,463,000. I appreciate that.
After full demolishing, it's existing 24-25, after demolish. No building not built yet. It's already reduced assessment, supplementary assessment. And same amount,
Yeah.
assessed value was appealed. What's wrong
Okay.
here?
I-
What I'm missing here?
My question then, to be hopefully cut through all this is, it's our expectation that there will be a supplemental coming out based on the new building for the same 2 periods of time.
A
Is that a correct
supplementary
assumption?
will be, sorry.
Okay, so he's asking a very direct question, and I was trying to ask the same question. Is there going to be a supplemental assessment for the new building that's being built on this site for the balance of 2024, Ms. Schnabel?
But it will be not reflect 2024, 2025 yet, because it's not built.
No, I appreciate that. I understand that, but I'm saying there is one being built now, is there not?
It's not built yet.
It is built.
It's maybe your data's information. Did you visit this property, by the way? Do you know that there's a building not built there, or are you just going by what you think?
Our records showed that building for July 16, 2024, not built yet. We don't have any occupation permit exist
Is
yet.
it possible, Ms. Schnabel, that the building is now built? Has anyone gone to check that permit for the new building yet?
If permit will be appears, yes.
Well,
But it's
there's a
only-
permit for it, is there not?
Permit showed that plan to construct. It's no construction yet in our database.
Okay. Mr. Smith is suggesting that the building is now completely built. And I would imagine that once that building is assessed, this number that you're defending today will in fact change again for 2024. And it will change again for
2024 will
2025.
be no change. When effective day of building construction finish? So I will be follow
Yes,
up.
but if that building is complete,
Because agent under oath, please provide effective years built for new construction.
Mr. Smith, is that building complete or not?
To my knowledge, it's up and standing. I don't know if they have received their occupancy permit.
But it's almost complete.
At this, yes.
There you go, Ms. Schnabel.
But it's no occupancy permit
Oh,
and today it's
but
already
if this is
end of
Ultimately,
October.
the department will create a supplemental bill to add the additional building. That is straight, simple work that the department does when the buildings are complete. And I
Okay.
appreciate you may or may not know that, but I'm just saying to you, the reason that Mr. Smith didn't put any information in today is because there is a new building and it will change the assessment again. All that you've done and what you've shown today rightfully is you've shown that there's been a reduction in the assessment.
For both
The
years.
reality is that there's going to be a further change to the assessment once this new building is put on. And it might be only for the last 2 or 3 months of 24, but it will change 24 and it will change 2025. So that is what we are saying here. That's what Mr. Smith is saying. And I think that's the point that we're trying to make. So please, I think now you have put in, you're saying you would prefer to just have the number 4,463,000. You're good with that for the moment because you know there's a subcomp, correct?
On that assumption, yes, we are fine.
Fair enough. Okay, do you have any other questions, Mr. Snable, Ms. Schnabel? And if you do, we can have them now, please.
It will be applied, so agent will be confirm our 2025 assessment at 6 million 118,000 that reflects demolish of one of building, correct?
I'm sorry, I'm missing what your question is.
Okay, our next appeal for 2025 for same
Yes.
property by a verbal statement of agent under oath that building complete in October 2024. Yes, supplementary assessment will be exist. We will be issue new sub notice. So, but
Yes, there
today
will-
without new building, it's 6 million. So it
Yes,
will be confirmed today,
And,
yeah?
and I appreciate that, and I think he does too. And what he's saying is he's anticipating that those numbers are going to change for both 24 and 25 from the numbers you are presenting today. That's my point, and I think that's his point. And I want to be clear so that you don't feel like we're doing this incorrectly, because we want to get this straight.
So
So,
we can
do you have
move
any
to
fur-
next.
do you have any further
last
questions?
brief in our agenda, yeah?
I'm sorry?
We're going to last brief in our agenda on 1401 Region Avenue West.
No, we haven't heard 2025 for this location, so if you could walk through quickly, unless, sorry, before we do that. Ms. Duncan, do you have any questions of the appellant today on the issues?
No, I don't think.
Thank you. Mr. Mahone, do you have any questions?
As tempting as it is, I do not. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I don't have any questions. I think we've understood where this is all going. So 2025 appeal for 1376 Regent Avenue. Ms. Shable, could we just get an idea of what the value is and just point us at those? We don't need to go through all the details. I think it's pretty straightforward that this is the reassessed value for this property after it had a demolition done,
Yes.
correct?
If
Thank
you
you.
look on my last page from the end of brief, demolition reflect reduction of assessed value from 8,665,000 to 6,118,000. So this assessment doesn't reflect construction of new building on October 2024. So today it's 6,180,000. If building complete, will be supplementary assessment
Perfect.
for increase again.
Okay, so the value that you're going with is, sorry,
Reflect demolition, 6,118,000.
right. So 1376.
PPND record showed no completion yet.
No,
Property
it's
development plan, because
We
it has access
understand
to
that. It's still
data.
not complete, so this is just the reduction in the assessment based on the demolition, and then
Oh.
this is the reassessed number for that parcel of
For
land.
point, yes, correct.
Perfect. I think we have it perfectly. So I think we can cut to the chase here. You have basically all the information is shown in your brief. And notwithstanding the sales, direct sales information and the costings, which really truly at the end of the day, I believe become moot. Based on the fact that there's more building coming our way. So we could. Okay, so your income summary value of $6,118,000 is the assessed value for the 2025 reassessment year, correct?
Correct, after reduction, yes.
Okay, so are you good with that as being your presentation then, Ms. Shable?
Yes,
Thank you very much. Mr. Smith, any questions regarding that?
I have no questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mahone, questions?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Duncan, questions? There you go.
I was still on mute. No questions.
No worries. Thank you. And I have no questions on that. Mr. Smith, can we have your presentation?
So same as for the last file, on the assumption that there will be a reassessment done based on the new building for the same period of time. We are asking for confirmation, not that we're in agreement with the value, it's just that the property will be supped and there's no point in contending the value at this time.
Thank you very much. Questions, Ms. Nabel?
No questions.
Thank you. Ms. Duncan, questions?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mahone, questions?
No, thank you, no questions.
Thank you very much, and I have no further questions. And this brings us to the last item on our docket, that being 1401. Region. Ms. Shable, could you walk us through your presentation? Expediently, please.
File number 24-3896. Roll number is 04007002900. Address of subject property at 1401 Regent Avenue West. The subject property car dealership, original first building was built in 1986 with additional building built by end of 2006. It's located zoning same C3 commercial corridor. Land area of subject property 152,576 square feet. Land area of improvements 29,121. Gross floor area leasable area 32,621. Give us assess roll 2025 assessment years. With reference day April 1st, 2023. Assessed value of 6,439,000. On page number 2, I presented street view, air photo of subject property located northeast of the city, irregular shape of the size, more photo on through page 5. I have presented same rent comparable for retail big shop. So my assessment car dealership of 32,621 square feet at average $13.31 give us potential rent 433,243. We apply same vacancy loss 2% to be consistent across the all car dealership across the city. Expenses not recoverable 3% in shortfall. $6 per square foot give us net operating income of 408,867. Model generate 6.35% capitalization rate, then give an estimate value of $439,000. On following pages, I have a subject property cost approach. According to cost approach, replacement cost of new building, 2.2 million. After all depreciation cost reduction, depreciated cost of building, 3.7 million, and land value, 3.1 million. So total value of my cost approach, 6.9 million. It's very well supported our income approach, 6.4 million. Land assessed for subject property for 152,576 square feet at $20.90, very well supported by my 5 comparables, land sale comparables, giving average $33.76 and media $28.31. So our land, 3.2 million, just land value, subject property. On following pages, I presented a photo of my land sale comparables. We go into direct comparison approach, subject property. Estimated assessed value of subject property by gross floor area 32,621 square feet give us $197.39. That very well supported by my 8 cell comparables. Improve cell comparables with following page of my 8 comparables. I presented same order 8-04179 how to evaluate a car dealership. In another order 8-02-223 that treat a property like regional shopping mall. On my last pages, I presented income expenses mailer provided to us. It's owner occupied property. And assessed, so based on evidence analysis, the April 1st, 2023 market value of subject property, 6,439,000. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Mr. Smith, do you have questions?
I have no questions.
Thank you very much. Ms. Duncan, questions?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mahone?
And I have no questions, thank you.
And I have no questions either, so thank you very much. I believe that has concluded our hearing today.
Not quite,
Oh, you've got your presentation, don't you?
if you'd like to hear it.
I would love to hear it.
I'm sorry, I don't
Trevor,
have
I'm rushing you along and I
evidence from
should,
the agent.
that's terrible. I've done it twice now.
We all need food at this
My,
time.
my apologies.
No problem.
And so, Mr. Smith, please.
I'm
Sorry.
sorry, can I point? I don't have any evidence from the agent for this brief.
It was submitted.
It was submitted. I have a copy of it electronically, Ms. Schnabel. Is it not in her type?
But it was not provided to me. Could you resend me,
Yeah,
please?
it was sent.
Thank you for doing it.
She's going to resend it for you right now.
Can we have 5
Was-
minutes break?
Apparently was sent. I don't know anything more than that, though. My apologies. And sorry, Trevor,
No, that's quite all right. We'll wait until,
running you over the bus.
not a problem. We'll wait till everybody has the document.
Yeah.
Glad I finished my briefs for today, yesterday.
Always fun.
Thank you, have received.
Thank you very much. You're able to open it? Ms. Schnabel, you're able to open it then, yes?
Yes, I'm in.
Thank you very much. Mr. Smith, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So property we're dealing with now, 1401 Regent Avenue West. The cover page gives you a photo from the frontage of the one building on site. That's the main dealership. There is also a smaller building, the original building on site, built in '86. That is a used auto dealership selling Hondas, as this is Birchwood Honda West or East rather, pardon me. Let's look at the property briefly here. So my page number 3 gives you some background on the property. Again, built between 1986 and 2005, the original, which is now the used auto building, built in '86. The other one, somewhat after that, with addition done in 2005, I believe it was. There's some text about that in my brief. 32,621 square feet in total. Obviously, the original building is forms a part of that and is a total of 6,677 square feet, with the balance of the property being the main building for a total main floor area of 25,944 square feet, with a mezz office of 3,500 square feet. So that's the property that we're looking at. You can see the 2023 assessment reduced at the Board of Revision. I've included the decision in the addenda, which refers to the appeal that I did on the property. It's based on my net operating income with a cap rate of 7.25%, and I give you my backup for that in the addenda. Land plan area ratio, again on the small side for this at 4.68 to 1. Not typically enough display space for a modern dealership. Now, we can look at the photos quickly. It is older. It is dated inside. You have the drop ceiling, tile flooring as such in the main showroom retail. So a little bit different than some of the ones that we've looked at today. We have photos of the parts in the service area. It is what it is. These are pretty straightforward buildings for the most part. The site is shown on page number 8 and the location on page 9. So in this case, pretty much the identical location, except we're now on the northeast corner of the intersection versus 1376, which is on the northwest corner versus the 1376, which is on the southeast corner on Regent Avenue there. All of my comments remain the same. All of my comparables remain the same with regard to both leasing and capitalization rate comps. I won't run through those again. What we need to look at in this for this property is the design and the age of the improvement. So 2 buildings, one of them 6,600 square feet. I don't see an exterior of it here for some reason, unfortunately, but it is a bit of an odd duck. You can see it on the site on page number 8, a bit elevated, and yeah, just an older property. The newer one is also very similar to that in terms of design and layout. The 2005 addition is only a small addition, and I believe was an addition to the service area, like a side drive-in, etc. So what's the appropriate rental rate? Well, we've applied $12.50 per square foot to the subject property for the whole thing, 32,621. We're not breaking it down by area. That is an overall rate, taking everything into account, as are our other valuations today. The balance of our valuation matches what we've done with regard to the other parameters. Again, 2% vacancy doesn't cover vacancy for any category really, so we've applied 4% in tandem with, or in keeping with market vacancy stats for other asset types and reflecting the lengthy vacancies that you get in these properties once they do go dark. Expense allowance at 5%, shortfall matching at 6%, and our cap rate is 7.5% that we've applied. Again, I would emphasize that this has been agreed to in numerous auto dealership decisions at the Board of Revision from the last cycle and above at 8%, frankly. And what we're looking at again is a rising interest rate environment where at the valuation date, April 1, 2023, we had a shift in the interest rate of 4.25% from 1 year before, which obviously is going to have a very dramatic impact on the investment market and the capitalization rates that one would see in the marketplace. So again, we're not shooting for the moon here. We're being conservative in our estimate at 7.5% capitalization rate, which matches what we did in the last cycle. No change. Could we be higher? Yes, we could, but we're not making that change. So using these parameters, they're summed up on page 28, and our final market value comes to $4,854,000. And that is my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Questions, Ms. Shable?
Agent presented same evidence like previous cases. Please forward all my cross-examination. Regarding comparables.
Thank you. Any questions, Mr. Mahone?
No, thank you. No questions.
Ms. Duncan?
No questions, thank you.
And I have no further questions. Any final summation? Or have we exhausted that already?
I'm fine. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you very much both for having patience today. Thank you again for getting through this. Again, we will receive our decision shortly. And with that.
Thank you very much.
Sorry?
Thank you, everyone.
Well-
Have a great day.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
The hearing is now adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. Appreciate your patience in getting through that. And I will get out of your hair.